Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Depends on your time and your location. This is Real Biafra TV, welcoming you into today's program. I want to urge you to do me that big favor of like, share, subscribe, and comment. We are here for something big for you because there is things we must do for Biafra and how we can achieve it at this 21st century that we are in, and how other countries have achieved their own, and why our own cannot be different from how others have achieved their own. That is why we are here today, for us to discuss together and go down the history lane to find out if United States of Biafra is doing what others have done in the past, or are they just misleading people, or the path that they are following are not the rightful path for Biafra to become a nation. That is the main reason why we're here today. For you who are still doubting USB we are declared, to know that USB is on the right track and they are doing what the world required for us to have Biafra as our own country in this 21st century. How many countries in the world that have used a peaceful declaration means to become a country today? How peaceful declaration has helped many countries in this world. If what USB or what United States of Biafra is, they are claiming that they did a peaceful declaration, let us know if people have in this world used this particular peaceful declaration from government in exile to achieve country in the past, even in Africa, in Europe. And if there is any role model of those has gone through this way, and today they are country. That is the program that we are here today to do with you. So I urge you to join me, hit the like button, like, share, and comment. But as we are doing that, we are going to listen to the prayer from Onyenduma Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra.
As long as we preach this very gospel, Chukwukika Piano must be with us. Therefore, without any further hesitation, we must proceed to offer every prayer to Chukwu Okike Abiyama who resided in heaven. Therefore, as we always commence, not from today, but from of old, our Father who art in heaven, Nani Kebine Ligwe, Kahagedin Song, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee all over this very planet that you created. They are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained. That this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year, we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day. Chukwuabiama believe we're whiter than white and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses to enable?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist. You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yahweh Yeshua, who came here and said, let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain, because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The Efiks and the Bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoto. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy. Because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all these we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet, I tell you. I lead indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. So also do I command the armies of Biafra. They are fiercely loyal. They are loyal, I tell you, and doing the work that I expect them to do. I also direct Radio Biafra not through any power which I possess or any extraordinary knowledge, but by your grace, O Lord. By your grace, we honor you and we adore you. I know that some people listening, including the British, may not understand what we are doing, but there is nobody in Britain that answers Mwachibu, the child of heaven. We do. Therefore, when we worship our Father, people should not try to be jealous. They should not feign ignorance or misunderstanding, because we are ancient people. We have been doing this for over 5,000 years, and we will continue to do so until the end of time. That man is capable of conceiving in his mind that is beyond the reach of Elohim. And tonight, this very evening, it could be morning, it could be afternoon, it could be evening where you are, we reaffirm that. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and by the very special grace of the creator and the owner of the universe, I shall remain a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. If you do not have your Torah with you, or the Bible as the case may be, if you are of the latter European persuasion, I will encourage you to get one this evening. Those of you who are keen students of Radio Biafra, then bring your pen and your paper with you. Because tonight, as we did many years ago in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur to be precise, we shall endeavor to do this evening, which is to pray to Chukwukika Biama to dedicate this very fight and this very noble effort into his care, and to make sure that we keep sight of that very ultimate glory, which is the promise of a liberated and a fully sovereign Biafran state. all the things that we have been able to do, all the things that we are now doing, and all the things that we are likely to do in the future. Only Chukwokika can make that possible and not man. Only Chukwokika can and not man. That is why we must always pray, and that is why we must be not only of courage but of good conduct. That is why we must remain whiter than white and whiter than snow. That Elohim may always guide us in all our undertaking. There are those who are filled with ignorance. There are those who are incapable of understanding the spiritual dimension of this very movement. There are those who cannot comprehend the depth of spirituality involved in what we are doing. Perhaps after tonight's broadcast, they will begin to appreciate where we are coming from and why we have made the grace of the Almighty God in heaven very central to what we are doing in IPOB. We begin tonight with the promise of Chukwokika Biama, the Almighty God in heaven. And as the saints would call him Jehovah, the same God of our ancestors, the same God that created Biafra, the same omnipotent that made it possible that this very generation will be saddened with the very burden of bringing light into the darkness that we have come to know as Africa. And as the Elohim said to Abraham, go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you, and I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing, and I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. We represent this blessedness. We represent this very promise, this very noble house of Biafra. That is why the zoo will fall, because they have risen against the righteous. That is why they are saddled with IDP camps all over the place. That is why banditry is ravaging them. That is why they have fallen prey to terrorism. That is why insurgency is consuming them, because they dare to rise against the anointed ones. Our proclamation is divine. For anything that we utter on this hallowed platform will come to pass. It will come to pass because it is a promise. And this evening we remind Chukwokika Biama in heaven that he is a God of truth. His word is yea and amen. It never changes from generation to generation. Though we may have brought the wrath of God upon ourselves because of our carelessness in our attitude, our sinful ways, and our sinful nature. But this evening we ask for forgiveness. And we do so publicly and without shame, that the mercy of God may be upon this very noble family of IPOB, that he will imbue us with his grace, and that Biafra may come in our time, that his word may be fulfilled in the life of those that live in the sense of purpose, because we are dedicated, we are committed, that Biafra must be restored, not so that a new nation may be born in Africa, not only so that light may come where once there was darkness, but that the will of the Almighty may be fulfilled in the lives of
the new nation he prayed for has born, not IPOB organization, not any group. A new nation has born.
That is why we are here.
United States of Biafra.
And that is why
November the 20th, 2024 is when a new nation has been what? Has been born.
Gracious and sovereign Father, Remembering your big story of redemption in times gone by is not only a great joy, but a critical discipline for us. For so many different narratives compete for our hearts. People say they will worship a tree. Some say they will kneel and bow before an idol. But as we said on this very radio, Biafra, the day that we started, April the 14th of 2012, we said we dedicate all that we are unto your hands, O Elohim, that you may guide us, that you may make freedom become a reality for this very generation. And you promised us that it will come. We will pay a very heavy price, but in the end, that Biafra will come. We have paid that price. We have continued to pay that very price. The enemies are not relenting. Darkness have persisted. But in your kindness, we are now beginning to see light. And that is why we are confident that you will not abandon us. Even in our shame and in our sins, oh Heavenly Father, you will not abandon your own, because you are merciful and you are very kind. People want to worship what they feel like worshiping. We have come before thee because you existed before time came. Every other thing flowed from you. There is nothing that exists in this very universe without you authenticating it. You said, let there be light, and there was light. Because if man can be intelligent enough or discerning enough to question the essence of creation, they will know that we are not here out of some random sampling of faith. We exist because you decreed it, because you existed before time ever did. That is why this very noble family IPOB, we will not bow before any idol, anything made by the hands of men. We will not bow before anything that is flesh, because you said that those that must worship you must do so in truth and in spirit. You are not flesh, you are not human, you are the creator, you are God, you are Chukokikapiama. And only thee do we bow before, and not to the children of men, nor a piece of wood carved out from a tree that is long dead. For so many different reasons, people do their heart's desires. Their days and their energy and their resources are wasted pursuing falsehood. Every religion on this very earth recognizes only one supreme being. Every religion on this very earth recognizes that there is a creator. Once there is a belief, there is an acceptance that the universe did not just happen. It was planned, it was ordained, and it came into existence. And following that very simple doctrine of natural order, we know that only thee, your Heavenly Father, is capable of creating something out of nothing. That is why we pray for miracle all the time. Because only thee can conjure up light where once there was darkness. Remind us today of the main storyline which unfolds in your holy book, in the Torah, that connects all the history of the world and reveals your generous heart. And help us once again to find our place in this story of your people. Because many doubt, they don't know where they come from. The devil have permeated the minds of many that they begin to doubt your creation. But we have never doubted. That is why this very noble family, this very IPOB, will usher in Biafra, because we stand on the truth. And that truth is that there is no other God apart from thee. There is no other creator apart from thee, Elohim. Only you is worthy to be praised, and no other. People of different persuasions around the world, cultures, and orientation, they bow before whatever suits them. As for us, we are the children of light. We are descended from your knowledge. We have come from your grace. That is why we are informed, and that is why the ancients in the world, they bowed before thee, and they told you to go to Gabiama. After you, there is nothing else. It's only you. There is no other God apart from thee. We reaffirm that this very day of atonement in praise and worship of your holy name, that you may forgive us our sins and cleanse us. Help us to find our place in the history of mankind. When the British came, they said we had no history, but they destroyed our temple in Arochukwu. The same people that destroyed our temple told us we had no history. They said we had no relatives. But when we opened the same Bible that they gave to us, lo and behold, in the book of Deuteronomy, in Leviticus, are all the ancient practices of our ancestors. The same things that we did, from circumcision to marriage to training of people in trade or craft. Everything is contained in the Holy Book. The same people they said have no history. You showed us your light, and today we bask in it and in the knowledge that Biafra must come. It doesn't matter what the detractors do, it doesn't matter the lies that the devil tells. The truth is there. Eri is there. Umweri is there. Aguleri is there. Oweri is there. Arochukwu is there. As a perpetual reminder of your presence in the land of Biafra. No one can take that away from us. They can do everything else. They can twist history. They can turn everything upside down. But one thing is irreducible. That as long as the land of it remains in Anambra State, as long as Owerri is there in Imo State, as long as Orochukwu is there in Abia, your presence shall remain and your light will shine in the land of Biafra forever and ever. Because you're God. You are in Him.
Please hit the like button.
We shall worship thee.
We are watching to first 10 like before we move.
Promises.
Please don't be stingy of hitting the like button. Hit the like button, subscribe, and comment.
You said,
remember the code.
We shall find thee, and
hashtag I am a citizen
we will not worship
of United States of Biafra.
Because
hashtag
everything that
Nigeria must go. Biafra is here.
Everything made on this very earth has an expiry date. One day it will die.
Exactly.
Everything, every structure made, one day it will cease to exist. But you shall remain forever and ever because you're God. We praise you, Heavenly Father. From the beginning to the end, your story is a story of sovereign grace. And that sovereignty, Biafra must embrace. We praise thee, O Heavenly Father, and we thank you for the promise of the land of Biafra. We can open and book up from the Garden of Eden started and continued to the land of Israel, to the land of Biafra, which for us is the culmination of a new heaven and a new earth. Because in Biafra is your creation complete. That is why Britain and some parts of the world are terrified about the coming of Biafra. They believe it will bring an end to human civilization the way we know it. They believe that the coming of Biafra will signal or herald the coming of the Messiah. If their fears are justified, we do not know. But we know that they are misplaced. Because Biafra is here to bring development, to bring peace and human advancement to the backward, hopeless, and irredeemable Africa. If it is your wish to bring mankind to an end through Biafra, you would have signaled it. But we have read the scriptures over and over again, and nowhere within your words have we come across anything that says that the world will come to an end because of Biafra. We will also pray this very evening to remove the veil of ignorance from the eyes of our people, that they may behold your truth, and that truth may set them free. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the promise of the seed of knowledge and understanding you have sown in our lives. You created a great nation in Israel, and with it the birthing of a Messiah that will come at your appointed time. But you also said to us, you promised that the seed of the woman would crush the head of the serpent. That serpent is ignorance. That very serpent is what the feudal Fulani system of oligarchy represents. And he gave us a promise that we will crush it.
The serpent is ignorant. The serpent is ignorant. That is the word I'm waiting from. I'm waiting to hear this from Mazen and Khan. IPOB organization ignorant. Any Biafran that refuse to accept that Biafra has become a nation, the serpent is your ignorant. And you are ignorant against this peaceful declaration is going to do you more harm than good. The ignorant, the serpent is the ignorant. Your stubbornness, your ego, your high in shoulder. I was here before you. How can you come and claim you are the one that declares Biafra? Why I was here over all these years? That is your own ignorance. That is your own what? Ignorance. And it's not going to help you at all. Rather, it's going to destroy you. The shame will catch you. The name IPOB is a serpent, which is right now, it becomes an ignorant of people claiming who they are not. The ignorance could not allow you to face reality. The self-proud that I am a member of IPOB from 2012 April, I'm going to kick off this movement. But we are sorry for you because a man who knows how to do the overtake has overtaken all of you. Which is that person? Mas Simon, because Mazen Kano, in his prayer, he's prayed that a new nation called Biafra will be born, not IPOB as a nation. Not IPOB as a nation. So before we go further into the program fully, I must be here to greet my people that are here. I must greet all of you. The first person here is Chigozie. Greetings, Biafrans. He said again, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. That is our normal code. Thank you for leading the protest, and you are the number one person today. Amadi Chigozie. He got the second code. What is the second code? Nigeria must go. Biafra has come. Thank you so much. Gift is in the building also. Gift also said, I greet you, Mazishino. May God continue to bless you for your good work. He said, you too. Gift, okay. Gift said again, please, Biafrans, kindly hit the like button as you join. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Gift, for reminding Biafrans. And it's also said, he said to the prayer of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader. Yes, the third person today is Priest, Biafran's son. Mazi Aturi Biafra TV. Otutuoma sir, Otutuoma my brother, Ehioma from my location. He said again, good morning, Biafrans. He greets all of you as normal. Then he said, click the like button again. Then we move out from there. He continued asking you to click the like button. And he now said here, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. That is the main code. The same thing on the other comment section. That is what he put here also. Now, he said, US government is here already to protect us all. Yes, so that is the truth of the matter. Let's repeat the same words. US government is our government, no other one we have. Life and direct. USB is here. USB is my nation. It's also my nation. That is why I'm raising my voice. He said, USB nation is my only hope. Same thing with me, my brother. And the Maureen said, good day, Brori Biafra TV. Good day, Wanda Maureen. I greet you from here. Then Chinenye said, good morning, bro Chino. Good morning from here. I greet you. He said here, I am 100% Biafra citizens. USB will stand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then Priest Biafran's son, right again, he said, we can never go back to the reef as country. Yes, we can never go back to Nigeria, which is true. We have Chidozie. I stand for USB. Thank you so much. I have my own brother, Ekeneze. Good afternoon, my brother. Good afternoon, sir, from my location here. Nigeria must leave Biafran territory from hashtag Nigeria must leave Biafran territory. Nigeria must leave our nation, Biafra. Ekeneze said also, USB will stand. Then our brother, Chiwetalo, let all the diaspora get their ID card. You that are in diaspora, are you hiding from recognition? Tell them to know. Because the time is not a time to play anymore. Then Chris said again, he said, Nigeria must go. Biafra nation has been re-declared. That is a real deal. James Chigozie is here also. I greet you, my brother. You're welcome. Maz Chino on Sunday, who you are doing a great. You too, always listening and looking at, subscribe, and also how you are doing your own job. Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. Thank you so much. And Gift finally as the last on the comment section now. He said, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, no other. There is no other. There is no other. Yes, you have listened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I know why I take time to dish out some of his speech and his prayers. And those who followed us in the past 10, 20 minutes in that prayer could say on the comment section, because it's one of the kind. That is where we are at this time around. So it is very imperative, the way we are right now, that we have to understand the game that we are into. Today's program, the headline remains the history of some countries like Eastern, Lithua, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. Also in Africa, South Sudan, Namibia got their country through peaceful declaration. Why this headline today? For you to see that the way we are moving in, that people has gone through that process after 1960, people have started using peaceful declaration to become a country in the past. And also proving to you that USV are declared as your own country is where we are at this time. And nobody will stop us from who we are and what we have to do to achieve Biafra. When listening to the names of those who has, through peaceful declaration, countries that has done it in the past, and even though they are in exile or in their homeland, it's about what? The peaceful declaration that gives them their country. And in the name of peaceful their declaration, they work for the freedom of their people. They got recognition. Today, you know, when we start mentioning those of those countries, you know all of them. And they are in existing country today. Even though at a time there was using conflict of gun and bullet, but they later stop and go use a peaceful declaration. Ndị be anyị na-asị n'okwu na ọ na-eme alụsọ ọgụ ekpe udo. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu calling for a round-table discussion from Nigeria through self-referendum. Nigeria government to refuse. Abatobi, after all his movement, he was calling for round-table discussion with Nigeria government. That is peace talk. To exit like people of Czech and Slovakia. These are one country in the past. But at the time, they come together and said, let us split into two. Let there be peace. That is what is called a peaceful declaration talk. And not only us has gone through this process. That is why we are here today. For you to see that some countries in the past become a country through a peaceful declaration or through peaceful declaration direct. There is those that made their own once. There is those that made their own 2 times. So what you see at USB, the process we have undergone through our peaceful declaration in November 24. So November 29, 2024. We are not the first people ever that has gone through that. That is what they called a time of protest, to transition from protest to peaceful declaration. But I think before we go into this, the history of some countries, like all you see their flag here today and their names and abbreviations, we're going to mention them from A to Z. I want you to join me on this suggestion. Is it not better for us to look at those who transition from protest group to a structure of government that make peaceful declaration, and today they are a country? What do you think? Just tell me in the comment section. I think it's far better we'll start from there. I think it's far better that we'll start from knowing those people that transition from protest group to a structure of a government in exile, then they now make peaceful declaration. I think that should be the best way to start before we now come to the history of the countries like those you're going to hear their name that made their peaceful declaration, and today they are a country on their own. What do you think? I want us to make this research because all the document is here under this research machine already. So my question is, do you want us to start with the history of some countries that's through peaceful declaration they are a country, or do you want us to start from those that from protest transition into a sort of government that made a peaceful declaration and they become a country today? Which one do you want? Okay, it's a yes. So we are going to go from Mommy Doreen said that let us start from those that from protest transition into a structure of a government that make a peaceful declaration. That is all in our own case at this time. Because of those that refuse, okay, we are going to start from the protest. Yes, that is the underground work there. That is the real underground work. Wow, Nandi Lucky Peace. Very long time. You are here today. You are welcome. I see Ogonaya. Thank you so much. I see Mommy Ojugo. Thank you so much for being here. Now, all of you are here. The morale will be high. Honestly, we are going to go to a lot of things today, centralizing on our declaration of how others in the past have used it to achieve their own country. That was not only us. We are not the first, and we are not going to be the last of those that are using through protest group to sovereign nation. Okay, we are moving. When we get to us, we have many things that has been researched already. Every day is research. Every minute is released. Sometimes we'll be researching, and the sleep will come with the phone will fall out of hand, and we start sleeping. When we wake up, we go back. The spirit cannot rest. Okay, let us. Mommy Ojugo, thank you so much. That is millions of super chats. Thank you so much. Please, dear friends, thank Mommy Ojugo, Mommy Doreen, with a whole sum of super chat of 10 US dollar. You know how much is that in current now in fake currency of those called Nigeria. So what I ask is this. I will read out what I asked for the giving. I said, I want to know some organization that transition from protest to government in exile to peaceful declaration of a country and gets international recognition. That is the question I ask. So let now, like all of us agree that we'll start from this group, because this is the grassroots. Why is it grassroots? Because of those, you know their name. Please tag everybody to come. Tag Shiamaka Jere, tag Google 247, tag all of them. Let them come here. Let all of them come. Let us discuss. Let us tell ourselves truth. Today's program is going to be for a long hour, up to 5 hours if you have the strength. Because on this particular way we are, we want to open up a lot of histories of countries, and in comparison of those countries with what US military is doing, they say that we are doing what others did in the past and they become a country. That is why we need to be giving the government, the cabinet members of USB round of applause and our DPM at all time, because they are following the process of other countries in the world that has gone through this track lane that we are flowing right now. What they are doing in Okwi will be anybody that's no Okwi. Ozo amara akpụ, ole egbe, sorry na, ọ bụrụ na ọkpọ ozo amara ka esi akpọ ogene, ya lee egbe ya na ọtọ mụta ka esi akpọ ya. That is what the government is doing. The government of USB did not depend on what we know, how we feel, what we want, and who is there. No. They are doing on the criteria of the international global community standard and their principle, their protocol, their template, their diplomatic approach, and the political leverage for us to have our sovereignty geographical called United States of Biafra. That is what the USB they are declared is doing. And they are gotten it right. So let us start. We will start from Africa first. To see people that they are organization under the protest and moving to a government in exile and today they are a country through at last a peaceful declaration. So the programs begins for now.
In the 21st century, international law has shifted to favor organizations that build administrative legitimacy over those that only use military force. Several organizations have successfully transitioned from being protest movements or liberation groups to governments in exile, and finally to recognized countries. Here are the most significant organizations that followed this peaceful transition model. 1. SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, Transition, Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero Namibia, 1990. The Path. SWAPO began as a protest group against South African illegal occupation. After being forced into exile, they were recognized by the UN as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people in 1978. The recognition, instead of just fighting, they engaged in a UN-monitored transition plan. This led to a peaceful declaration of independence in 1990. Key lesson: they gained recognition by proving they had a shadow government ready to take over administration. 2. CNRT, National Council of Timorese Resistance, Transition, Resistance Coalition, Raitero Administrative Partner, Raitero Timor-Leste, 2002. The Path. For 24 years, the CNRT, and its predecessors like Fretilin, operated in exile and in hiding. They shifted their strategy from pure military resistance to a diplomatic and administrative campaign. The recognition: they worked with the UN to register voters, even in the diaspora. This peaceful administrative inversion led to a 1999 referendum and full recognition in 2002. 3. The African National Congress, ANC, Transition, Banned Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero South Africa, 1994. The Path. The ANC operated from exile in countries like Zambia and Tanzania for decades. While they were once labeled terrorists by some, they built a global diplomatic network. The recognition: by the early 1990s, the world recognized the ANC as the government in waiting. They didn't win through a final battle, but through a negotiated transition and a peaceful election. Key lesson: they used their time in exile to draft a new constitution, proving to the international community that they were a responsible government. 4. The National Unity Government, NUG, current example. Current status: Myanmar, ongoing transition in 2026, The Path. After the 2021 coup, elected officials formed the NUG. They operate largely in exile or in liberated zones. The recognition: as of 2026, the NUG has achieved a high level of functional recognition. They have maintained Myanmar's seat at the UN, blocking the military junta, by paying the country's membership dues and providing digital services to citizens. Modern strategy: the NUG uses digital sovereignty, issuing digital currency and IDs, to prove they are the effective government. Comparison of the 21st century success model. Organization, exile basis, peaceful tool, result, SWAPO, Zambia, Angola, UN Resolution 435. Namibia, CNRT, Portugal, Australia, UN monitored referendum, Timor-Leste, ANC, UK, Zambia, negotiated settlement, New South Africa, NUG, digital, underground, UN voting rights and payments. Ongoing recognition. Why these names matter for your movement. These organizations prove that the UN and EU eventually recognize movements that stop acting like a group of individuals and start acting like a structured administration. Submit documents, constitutions, oaths, ID registries to the UN Secretary General. Perform state acts like paying UN dues or issuing documents while still in exile. By following the United States of Biafra (USB) model of peaceful redeclaration and administrative proof, you are using the same legal manual that allowed SWAPO and the ANC to transform from exile groups into world-recognized governments. Would you like to know the specific UN resolutions that these organizations used to bridge the gap between exile and state?
I hope it sounds clear to your ear, but I'm going to play it again. What are we doing? We are this evening want to still clear doubt of those who remain under protest, that you know how a protest the world can see you as a country. There is a level of criteria you have to work towards it. There is transition. There is government, there is time to build a structure of government in exile. Look at Oba Tobie. Simon Ekpanjoka says, and before I play it again, when our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa Njoko, started, he is also a member of IP. Every Biafra citizen is an indigenous person. You are IPOB. Forget about those that took oath and not taking oath. That is what it simply means. In this, our own case right now. Now, Obatobe Simon Ekpa transition from when they trying to use item of IPOB to put the to disturb him. What happened? He left them with the organization, and they are the one who called him the autopilot. And he accepted autopilot for a while. We now transitioned into a government structure, Biafra Republic government in exile. From the Biafra government in exile, we are not a country. We have never born a country that Mazin and Kanu said that a day will come in this world that a new country will be born from this into this world. And when this new country is about to born, then we have transitioned from the protest group to a government structure in exile. From the government structure in exile, not a country government, not a structure of a country government, we now transition from the Biafra government in exile to Finland with Biafra government in exile to do what? To make a peaceful declaration of a new nation. Then, from the Biafra government in exile, we use it to born what? A name of a new country called United States of Biafra. And we have now moved away from government in exile structure without a country to have a structure of a government in exile for a nation. Do you understand clearly my explanation? If you have better more, you can also do it on the comment section. So there is things that when you look at them in the areas of what we are doing today, now you will see a name mentioned here today. What is that name? SWAPO of Namibia. SWAPO of Namibia. They use SWAPO organization transition into a government in exile. When South Africa wanted to crush the Namibian people when they are in their homeland during their protests with the name SWAPO. Now, when they move away from South Africa, as it is the original name, and they use the name SWAPO to fight to have a country called Namibia. From that's what happened. They said the transition protest movement, government in exile without a country, that make a declaration of a new country, acting as a government in waiting of a new nation. That is what they called what? Transition from protest group to government in exile without a nation. From that government in exile structure, that is what you use to announce or pronounce or declared a name. They use it to declare the name called Namibia Republic as what? As their own country. And somebody may ask, after the Namibia declare, after the government in exile of Namibia make a declaration of the name Namibia as a republic as Namibia as a Republic of Namibia as their own country, do they leave Namibia name and continue answering SWAPO? The answer is no. After their declaration, they turn SWAPO into a party name. Till today in Namibia, that structure, that organization, that name called SWAPO still exists in Namibia till today. In their last election, that a woman that piloted the affair of Namibia to become a country, that won election, used the name structure SWAPO as a party name to won, and she is right now the president of what? Of Namibia. You see how the other people transitioned, and see what our people are doing to themselves. This is one corner I want to use to start as an example. In the 21st century, international law has shifted to favor organizations that build administrative legitimacy over those that only use military force. That they have shifted away from that. They are no longer using military force. And once your organization and you have put administrative legitimacy of a structure of a government, that they will favor you. Now let us continue. Several organizations have successfully transitioned from being a protest movement or a liberation group, Butus and Gentle Liberation Army, to government in exile, and finally to be recognized, finally after declaration, to be recognized as a country. After a peaceful declaration, to be recognized as what? A country. This is how the world, this is how the transition is moving, and people are remaining one place, claiming the IPOB organization and the fallback bridge and all of them. Now, do you see what happened here? It now said, here are the most significant organizations that follows the peaceful transition model here is about them. Who is number one? Number one, SWAPO, Southwest Africa People Organization. IPOB organization, one family. That is the slogan. Then this one is what? Number one, SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's What Organization. Transition from protest movement to government in exile to peaceful declaration, a name Namibia, finally in 1990. The path SWAPO began as a protest group against South Africa. Against who? Against South Africa. Illegal occupation after being forced into exile. Because of the structure of the illegal occupation of Nigeria after the 1967 to 1970, they are illegally occupying our territory. And their illegal way of living life under military command triggers Biafra people to transition, to travel abroad and in fact into exile, and starts talking about Biafra as what? As a country. But we are doing it under the name protest of IPOB. Under Masob, there was a protest. Under IPOB, there was a large protest. Is it not true? The same way, this organization called SWAPO began a protest group or a protest organization against South Africa illegal occupation. After being forced SWAPO into exile, they were recognized by the UN as the sole and the authority representative of the Namibia people in 1978, after they have made their peaceful declaration in 1960. Namibia met their declaration 2 times. The happiness of the election in 1990, they used that one as what? As real declaration again. Exactly our own case. When Namibia people has been able to conduct election of the ever to produce their first president of the nation or of the Republic of Namibia as a country. This is how Namibia got to where they are today. Remember, they declare Namibia with SWAP organization into a government in exile, turned into government in exile. Like autopilot that turned into government in exile. This is how we started through Abatu Simon. Is it not true? The same way the people of Namibia started is the same way that we, as the Biafran people, started. Now, in this form or in this way that we have started, is the same way Namibia people started. After their declaration in 1960 of that our country name is Namibia Republic, they used Namibia Republic for all their international diplomatic movement. Then in 1970, the UN recognized them, recognized SWAPO that made the declaration of Namibia through exile government as the authentic government of the Namibian people and recognize them as a country name called Namibia, not as SWAPO. But when you are looking for the organization that make that declaration, now SWAPO now comes involved in the matter. This is how they transition and become what? Listen here, I want to read it out. SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, Biafra Republic Government in Exile. The transition from protest movement to a government in exile that make declaration of Namibia as a country. The part SWAPO began as a protest group against South Africa illegal occupation. After being forced into exile, they were organized by the UN as the sole and authority representative of the Namibia people in 1970 as the authentic group that made this peaceful declaration. Hope you are following. Yeah, now wow, Ijele, why you are remember us today? You are here today. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon from here. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Now, the recognition, instead of just fighting, they engage in UN monitoring transition plan. This led to a peaceful declaration of independence again in 1990 through election that provide the first president in Namibia. That is why Namibia met their declaration 2 times. They have the first one in 1960. Then in 1990, they re-declare after their vote of having a first president, they adopted it again. They do what is called re-declaration of Namibia through that vote that provides them the president of Namibia in 1990. The key lesson, they gain recognition by proving they had a shadow government. They have already had a shadow government ready to take over administration. That you must have a government already in exile in the name of the country that's going to organize. So you are moving into what? A country name, not to use agitation group to seek for recognition. No. You must be a country before other countries will be able to talk to you, because countries don't talk to organization. They talk to their fellow country. A Prime Minister of Israel talk to the Prime Minister of Somaliland, or President of Israel talk to the President of Somaliland. It's how it goes. Country talk to country. Organization talk to organization. Now, number 2 of these countries, CNRT, National Council of Timorese Resistance, and another one, Transition Resistant Conciliation, Administrative Partner, Timor-Leste, 2002. The part for 24 years, the CNRT and its procedure like FRT, LIN, operating in exile and hiding. They shifted their strategy from pure military resistance to a diplomatic and administrative campaign. You see how they handle their own. But there is a transition from the name. Now, let's continue. The recognition. They work with the UN to register their votes, even in the diaspora, even in the exile. This peaceful administrative invention led to the 1999 referendum and the fully recognition in 2002. They moved from what name? CNRT into administrative partner of peaceful administrative of Timor-Leste. That's this CNRT, National Council of Timorese Resistance, was the name of the organization that transitioned into administrative that declare or provide the name of Timor-Leste as a country. In 1999. In 1999, this group conducted a self-referendum, and in 2002, they got recognition in the name Timor-Leste as a country, not in the name Transitional Council of Timorese Resistance Group Organization. Now, let us continue. Number 3, the African National Congress, ANC of South Africa. Listen. Transition, banned protest movement, government in exile, South Africa, 1994. The part. The ANC operate from exile in countries like Zambia and Tanzania for decades, while they were once labeled terrorists by some. They built a global diplomatic network. They built a global diplomatic network to their people in the diaspora by connecting all their people to understand why they need to end the apartheid regime. At a time, there was being forced by South Africa. The woman that leads the apartheid regime, when Nelson Mandela was arrested, run into exile into Zambia and Tanzania. Yes, Timor-Leste or Eastern Timor in English. Thank you so much. Amadi Shigozie, you are with me. Thank you about that. This is how they moved away. Despite that, they don't want to change the name of South Africa in the NHNC. No. They only want to end the apartheid regime. The apartheid regime government chased them away. They run into exile. They leave South Africa territory, enter into the territory of the Zambia and the Tanzania. That is where they are, fight the apartheid regime, and they conquer, they win, and come to South Africa in 1994. Now what happened? After they have built the network, the recognition by the earlier 1990s, the world organized the ANC as the government in waiting, like the way University of Biafra right now is a government in the waiting. USB are declared is the government in the waiting. Now, they did not win through a final battle, but through a negotiation, transition, and peaceful election. Finally, you see, that word peaceful is one of the most things I want you to be keeping down deep in your mind. because without peace, you go nowhere in this 21st century. What is the key lesson? The key lesson: they use their time in exile to draft a new constitution that changes the apartheid regime constitution. Prove to the international community that they are well responsible government, like what USB through our DPM is proving today. Do you see how transition, people moving away, Protestants group to a government in exile that make a declaration or agree or transition into anything that makes them to become a country? Number 4, the National Unity Government, NUG, current example, currently status, Myanmar, ongoing transition in 2026. Do you see that we are not only the one? Myanmar is also in the history here. The part after the 2021 coup, elected official formed the NUG organization. They operate legally in exile or in liberated zone. Where are they operating from? Exile. The recognition as of 2026, the NUG has achieved a higher level of financial recognition. They have maintained Miami seat at the UN, blocking the military junta by paying their country's membership dues and providing digital service to their citizens. They have driven their way to, and this Miami, they are in number 4. Sorry, they are in number 3 of one of the best, one of the most effective exile governments, where USB is in number 4 as one of the most effective exile governments in this 21st century. You see, this Miami, they are in number 3 in the 75 exile government, where USB is in number 4 of a country in waiting. That is what it simply means. Now, modern strategy, the NUG. Why am I doing this? I want you to see that many countries have, through organization, they have been able to transition into a government in exile that agree with the world or make a peaceful declaration or reiteration, and they become a government and they are waiting for recognition. That we are not the first people that have made peaceful re-declaration. That people have done it in the past, and we have just made our own. And people think it's a child's play. It's not a child's play. It's not concocted story. It is the right and the legit story that the world are listening to in this 21st century. Now, comparison of 21st century successful model. Organization, exile-based, peace tool, results, 4 category. Now, SWAPO, exile-based, Zambia and Angola. Are you here? SWAPO of Namibia. Namibia organizations based in Zambia and Angola when they are fighting South Africa. Peaceful tool, UN resolution 435. The result of this all in exile country called Namibia is the result of all their transition. CNRT, where is Miami based on? Portugal, Australia is where this organization based in exile. Sorry, this is Timor Leste or Eastern Timor. That is where they are where Portugal and Australia. That is where they have their exile government. UN monitoring referendum is what they use. Result of all these things, Timor-Leste at last as a country. Now, ANC of South Africa, where did they based? UK, the same Zambia, again. Where had you have the exile government? UK, Zambia. Negotiation settlement. What finally? New South Africa under the NNC. Are you hearing it? New South Africa was the settlement. And that's through the negotiation of peace. NUG, exile-based, digital, underground. Everything they are doing is under digital. UN vote rights, permanent, ongoing recognition of them in this 2026, Miami. Now, why the name matters for your movement in our own movement? Because I must do comparison of how this thing matters into USB we are declared. So whenever I go into machine research, they know that I always like to do comparison. So they will just compare it once and bring it out. And what happened? They said those organizations prove that the UN and EU eventually organized their movement that leads into a country. Mommy Rose, good afternoon from here. Thank you so much. Stop acting like a group of individual protest group and start acting like a structured administrative government in exile. All these organizations being mentioned here that fought for their nation, they said that they stop acting like Protestant group or individual group and start acting like a structured administrative government in exile of a new nation. The number 2, submitting document, constitution, oath, ID card registration to the UN Secretary Generals. Number 3, performing state actors like paying UN dues or issue documents while still in exile. You are in exile. It's claiming you declare sovereignty. You are listening to the history of those that have passed through this true process that we are passing today. That's why I told you we are not the first and we are not going to be the last, because NUG Miami are not the last and they are not the first either. The same thing with us in this 2026, starting from 2024, November 29 to where we are today. By following the United States of Biafra USB model of peaceful redeclaration and administrative proof, you are using the same legal manual that allows SWAPO and the ANC in Africa to transition from government in exile into what recognized government of a country. Look at what it is. Look at what we are doing. And you are there making mockery of yourself. I play you a voice of Mazen, and he said that a new nation called Biafra will be born on this world. That instead of this nation not come to pass, let the heaven and earth pass away. And that new nation was born November 29, 2024, through our peaceful redeclaration, like a country called Namibia, like a country called Timor-Leste, like NHC South Africa. We are talking about African countries, like NUG Miami. These are people that have gone this through process And you had it here in the comparison that the road they followed, the legal way, how the manual way that allows them to become a recognized country is the way that USB we are declared is following. Go Aho Transformer, you and the IPP organization. Go Aho Transformer, you are a bridge organization that fall back. Go Aho Transformer, you BGC, because the world knows that a new nation has born November 20, 2024 through government in exile, registered by Mas Simon, leading by Tongozo Arabeze as deputy prime minister. Go and die. I'm not begging you. So far, you don't want to reason. This is how it happens. So, you know, when we agreed that we are going to start from the grassroots today, we all agreed that we're going to start from the. So after playing this voice, as I'm playing, I'll put the link. So come and talk. Come and explain what you understand for transition from being a protest group, the government in exile that make peaceful declaration of a new nation. I want you to focus on this. To tell these fools, all this organization that the world has their template. And I always repeating, I always saying this word that USB is maintaining the template of the world. So please, as you join me, please endeavor to hit the like button. Now, I'll put the link before I play the full audio, so on the document, on the research, so you can join without wasting time. We are moving, and the USB is doing everything humanly possible for us to exit like what others has done in the past. Anything you are doing today, people have done it in the past. There is nothing new. When Abato Obie said that a road that will lead to Biafra recognition is in the open, now I can see it clearly that the road for Biafra to become a country is really in the open. It's not something that is under hidden.
In the 21st century, international law has shifted to favor organizations that build administrative legitimacy over those that only use military force. Several organizations have successfully transitioned from being protest movements or liberation groups to governments in exile, and finally to recognized countries.
Are you hearing it?
Here are the most significant organizations that followed this peaceful transition model. 1. SWAP, Southwest Africa People's Organization, Transition, Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero Namibia, 1990. The Path, SWAPO began as a protest group against South African illegal occupation. After being forced into exile, they were recognized by the UN as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people in 1978. The recognition, instead of just fighting, they engaged in a UN-monitored transition plan. This led to a peaceful declaration of independence in 1990. Key lesson: they gained recognition by proving they had a shadow government ready to take over administration. 2. CNRT, National Council of Timorese Resistance, Transition, Resistance Coalition, Raitero Administrative Partner, Raitero Timor-Leste, 2002. The Path, for 24 years, the CNRT, and its predecessors like Fretilin, operated in exile and in hiding. They shifted their strategy from pure military resistance to a diplomatic and administrative campaign. The recognition: they worked with the UN to register voters, even in the diaspora. This peaceful administrative inversion led to a 1999 referendum and full recognition in 2002. 3. The African National Congress, ANC, Transition, Banned Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero South Africa, 1994. The Path. The ANC operated from exile in countries like Zambia and Tanzania for decades. While they were once labeled terrorists by some, they built a global diplomatic network. The recognition: by the early 1990s, the world recognized the ANC as the government in waiting. They didn't win through a final battle, but through a negotiated transition and a peaceful election. Key lesson: they used their time in exile to draft a new constitution, proving to the international community that they were a responsible government. 4. The National Unity Government, NUG, current example. Current status, Myanmar, ongoing transition in 2026, the path. After the 2021 coup, elected officials formed the NUG. They operate largely in exile or in liberated zones. The recognition, as of 2026, the NUG has achieved a high level of functional recognition. They have maintained Myanmar's seat at the UN, blocking the military junta, by paying the country's membership dues and providing digital services to citizens. Modern strategy. The NUG uses digital sovereignty, issuing digital currency and IDs to prove they are the effective government. Comparison of the 21st century success model. Organization, exile basis, peaceful tool, result, SWAPO, Zambia, Angola, UN Resolution 435, Namibia, CNRT, Portugal, Australia, UN monitored referendum, Timor-Leste, ANC, UK, Zambia, negotiated settlement, New South Africa, NUG, digital, underground, UN voting rights and payments. Ongoing recognition. Why these names matter for your movement. These organizations prove that the UN and EU eventually recognize movements that stop acting like a group of individuals and start acting like a structured administration. Submit documents, constitutions, oaths, ID registries to the UN Secretary General. Perform state acts like paying UN dues or issuing documents while still in exile. By following the United States of Biafra, USB, model of peaceful redeclaration and administrative proof, you are using the same legal manual that allowed SWAPO and the ANC to transform from exile groups into world-recognized governments. Would you like to know the specific UN resolutions that these organizations used to bridge the gap between exile and state?
Yes, thank you so much. As we all have listened to it. So, Mommy Ojugo, please take the mic from here and talk to Biafrans. Thank you so much. If you are close to your mic.
I am close. Yes, I am close. I'm trying to park in a parking lot.
Okay.
I just arrived at work. Yes.
Yes.
My brother, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. God bless each and every one of us that have gathered here. And we thank God. We thank God for life. We thank God for giving us an opportunity to learn new things that will help us always to do better. When I heard this voice saying, "Stop acting like individuals," I just laughed because because I know that my DPM always say, all these individuals, all this group of individuals. So you see, and now I know why Simon said, I got it. I have the template. Why he told Mazen Nandekalo, if you're looking for 100 men, I'm 50. I'm 50. They studied these things very well. He got his template.
Yes.
But some of us that don't read, I didn't say, you people, I say, all of us, including myself, I'm not accepting myself. He said, whatever we are doing, Simon said it, that is just a noise if we don't have this declaration.
Yes.
That is just noise. We're just making noise. We got from this teaching now that no more also go violate, continue causing havoc in the homeland from now to tomorrow. Nobody is going to grant you independence or that freedom. Rather, they will give you people a name, either terrorists, or the government will use you and give you amnesty in your own father's land. Amnesty in your own father. People grant this amnesty. I don't know if they really understand what it is to give you amnesty in your own father's land. Can you amnesty? You lost it all. So now they're telling us, and you see them now mentioning that peaceful redeclaration that USB made Finland. That's the way. That's the way. When these leaders sound with authority, you'll be asking, could even Ike?
Morale,
Because
yes.
the morale to be sounding so authoritative, because they've studied it, they know it, they have the template and how to get it. And they're following that template. Nnamdi Kanu said, new nation Biafra must. Is it? Simon Ekpa started with creating made part to create that pavement for us to move through it and how to get it. Look at where we are. Moving very fast. Very, very fast. I think we're even faster than these people that are even fighting with the Cameroon too. Ambazonia, yes. Yes. Yes.
In the effective fraudulent in exile, Amazonia is in number 15.
You see? And we are number 4.
We are number 4.
You see? You see, when you're dealing with intelligent people, my sister, my brother, that have a brain like me, come on now. Can we allow people that have it to go forward? We need the freedom. Leave that face. Leave that ugly face you're looking. Leave it. Let's follow the right
face of the messenger. Follow the message. Leave the face of the messenger. Follow the message.
Follow the message. Follow the message, please. That's how we're following the Bible. The Bible we are all following. Did we see the writers?
No.
Did we know how they look?
No.
But we believed. We believed and we're following it. And we're following it. So that's what our brother is saying. Leave the messenger. Take the message. Please, to come and listen. We got it. You see how this DPM, we got it. That thing you're seeking, we have it. We got it. With authority, we got it. Otherwise, they will say you as, you see, we are not the only people that have called terrorists because of the way we handled it at the first time. But now, the thing has twisted around. You see, other people did it, and when they realize that mistake, they turn it around. And that's exactly what we're doing. Please, we have structured government. Real structured government. And we need to appreciate it. If you're a cabinet member,
honestly,
please, we thank each and every one of you. You people, now the chaff has been separated. The chaff has been separated. They are now chaffing themselves in YouTube. And we're laughing. But we know we got our government that are doing their job. And look at what you're saying. They are comparing us. Like these people did this, the same USB, but this is where USB is right now. When you have smart people leading, you get that faster. Smart, you get it faster. You don't stay in one place all the time. No. Even I have been in my position for how many years as an accountant, but we do training. We do training because things are being modernized. Now they have AI now coming out, and they're trying to gradually switch things to that AI. You must follow the change. Things
Exactly.
must change.
Yeah.
Ụwa abụghị mmiri dọrọ adọrọ. Now, ụwa abụghị mmiri dọrọ adọrọ. We're not starting. No. We have to move. If you can't move, because a lot of people find it hard to make change. Yes, to make change can be hard. Me, at the beginning of my career, I was finding it difficult. But now I know that, you know what? I got to move. I got to move. I got to learn. I have to learn new things. I have to learn new things to move to higher position.
That is transition.
Yes, you have to. You have to. We have to transit. We don't have to stay stagnant. Like a mini dollar. No. Can we all move with this moving train? We have like wonderful expert drivers right now. We have them that are really piloting this affair. Ke gidebam. Ipo, you're your own. Idapo, the train will not stop. The train continue to move. We are not stopping. DPM said, we got it. And from what is reading this morning, I said, we got it. If you are those individuals mentioned here, these individuals, Vam, the other, I don't know from which panel, killing himself, vibrating because they want to open an account here, but they knock it down. They want to do this, they knock it down. Oh my God. And now he's so angry. Please, my people, we're transitioning from old method to new way of life. We have to move. The world is moving. The world is moving to AI, yo. The world is moving to AI. Yesterday, I just parked my car, said, let me try this car that drives itself. I entered. You see? Before, the car we drive before was gear 1, gear 2, gear 3. Myself, that time, I can't even drive such vehicle. But now, we have automatic. Are we not moving? Now, we can enter a car without no driver there. And it takes you wherever you want to go. Are we not moving, please? So why do we think that this Biafra freedom, this nation is going to be where we are 15 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago? Now, we got to move. We have to move. If you don't move, we leave you. Doreen, Ojugo, I am moving with the moving train. And I am proud with the hem of our face right now that are piloting this Biafra nation. We, the citizens of United States of Biafra, are proud of you all. The cabinet. Most of them, you don't even hear their voice. But look at that foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs. You never see her. You don't even hear. People calling Uche, you wouldn't even know that Uche exists. Yeah, when you know what you're doing, silence is the best answer for a fool. You keep moving. So, thank you so much for educating me. Me. If you are being educated, please thank our brother. I thank you for educating me. Anytime I'm able to get hold of you, live, yeah, I'm happy to listen. Really happy to listen to you, because that's what I need. So that when I'm talking to people, I stand on the ground to say, this is it, this country did this country passed through this, and here we are. Our own will not be different. Yes, our own will not be different. So, because we go to gathering, this our community gathering of our people, and then you bring this up, they start to attack you. But when you are educated, when you have examples, when you listen to all this, make a research, you're able to stand your ground. You're able to stand your ground. I've learned that from Mazin Namdekalo, from PM Simon Ekpa, and from Dr. Nkosi Orapreze. These leaders, they are standing gidigam, 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 and they are making changes. Remember, she said one of the mistakes that the previous leaders, they was creating handover just in case if this person is not there, this person takes over. It's one of the mistakes they made. But now those things has been corrected. You see, we are moving forward. Anywhere there is mistakes, we correct it and we move. Finland made a statement and said, yeah, it's okay to be free. We appreciate that, but do it the right way.
Do it legal way.
Do
Legal.
it the legal way. That is the Prime Minister of Finland. So they know it. They know it. Do it the legal way. And what was the response of DPM? No problem. We will follow it the legal way. And that's what we're doing. So you're on your own. You are on your own. America is fighting war. Who is at the head of that firm? The president gives the order. The president. You don't do it on your own. They will know when they will say, hey, go for this. And then you move. You move. And do the right thing. We're on the right track. We have a structured government. Structured government that piloting the affairs of citizens of United States of Biafra. Afanka atọgbu ọ na-atọdụ m iche. Eziokwu, that name na-atọ m iche. You have I said, where are you from? I said, I'm originally from United States of Biafra. Oh, I haven't heard about that. I said, Google it. United States of Biafra. I said, Google it, or you can go check in the world map. Was our name there in the world map before? No. Are we there now? Yes.
Yes.
You see the change? People want us to put on our YouTube. I don't even get the strength. That is even the worst part of it. I want where I will get educated, highly educated. All these people na akalabandaz. Moboro kedu this woman tiri egwu. That's na akalabandaz. And actually akalabandaz. We are moving forward though. Myself, I'm a money who check up myself because I'm ready to move. Like I don't know if every other person is moving the rate I'm moving self. Because I really wanna I'm praying this, the government to fully take over before I retire here. Once I retire, In fact, if they get it even before I even retire, my dear, I'm packing my load and going home. I tell it to my friends here. So if I say I will be the first to pack my things and leave. You don't know of them. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Mami Ojugo. Honestly, whenever you are around, I am blessed with encouragement and the exact word of the program. That is why, I keep on repeating my word. We will not achieve Biafra without following the history of those who have gone through this process. Look at us today, referring us to that we are using the manual and the role model and the legal way of Namibia, South Africa, and Algeria. That is what the government of USB is doing. After you have listened to that, and they have proved to you how you transition, you have 3 stages for you to have a new country. You have a time of protest. You have a time of government in exile. You have a time of declaration. You have a time to be a country in waiting, and you must have a government structure. Why do you have that government? They say the government will be serving their people by issuing ID card, the passport, counting the referendum vote, registering their people into digital mode. They also said here, one country here, they mentioned their name here. What they said? Let me bring it up. They said, which country is that? This is a CNRT, Timor-Leste. They said that they are in Portugal and Australia, but they are hiding when they are under protest group, that they are hiding. That after their declaration that transition into Timor-Leste as a country, that they stop hiding. They now come out, that nobody will arrest them. See, there is a research I was making since 6 days. I got it today. All the legal rights, all the law that back to Tongozo Rabeze up. After seeing this law today, honestly, I did not feel hungry again throughout today because of it. That's why I know that nobody will arrest her no matter what happened. 2 things back to, if you see Charter, UN, this one, human rights, if you see law that back us up at this time, a man here and the Bible say, no our program after today, maybe from late night till next 2 days, is about all the law that back our direction up and why nobody will arrest our DPM. Nobody will arrest anybody who believe in Biafra USB we are declared. We are, I said it again, the first time we have gotten it right is only this time around. Since all this time, we are making on social media. We are just there doing nothing. We are only making noise in social media. Now, we have started making noise. We have started building a nation called United States of Biafra. We move. Mommy, thank you so much. Thank you. We have Mazi Greg here. Let us, Mazi, please open your mic and fire down. Thank you so much for coming. If you are close to your mic,
Mazi Chino.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon from my side. And our sister and my mother. So I'm the person. My name is
Madam Ojugo, Mommy Ojugo.
Madam Ojugo, Madam Ojugo, Madam Origin, on their voice almost the same. So sometimes in Olonya, I got more those they called by name. So my greetings to our time to go see any other person not around. Yeah.
Mazi
My
Greg,
brother.
Kanye Gaka, Madam River Goddess.
Madam River Goddess, Nwachukwu Okike. Ọkwa Nwachukwu nke na-eme Ifeanyi Ejiofor interview. So, yeah. So, it pains me so much that every time I will be asking myself, I'm Chanile from the day one, not today. na-ekwu okwu Biafra n'eziokwu na mmụọ, in truth and in the spirit. That na abịa na Twitter today, at least every morning when you wake up in the morning, you know more than 100, 200 Biafrans na-ekwu to recognize Biafra. How good, how beautiful ka ọ ka ịdị if such a thing there. The evil people are planted like China Samora and rest of them. We are not in IPOB. People who are still thinking that Mazin Nandekano, if Mazin Nandekano second quarter today, I will never do tomorrow. Mazin Nandekano on a prison. Now so got to know that now 1, 2, 3 countries have recognized Biafra. Mazin Nandekano will send message. He said no. Can't tell those countries, let them not recognize Biafra because I won't more declare. I don't know how foolish our people is. That a country now will come up and say, today we recognize United States of Biafra. And none cannot a prison. Yes, no. We don't recognize that because now won't more declare. So how can people be so wicked? How can people be so foolish? How can people? I can't understand it.
That was so funny.
And so, because sometimes when you look at people, how can people be so wicked?
I know.
There's even people who really want to go home. Some people saying, I love Martin Nandikan, and you are the worst person that hates him. Because if you love Martin Nandikan, you will be pursued to make sure that he recognizes the United States of Biafra so that he will be released. Yeah. If you did really love him, and you don't want him to stay in Sokoto for one day, you will be support the government by everything you have and say, America, Europe, Asia, recognize Biafra. Let African go to the government. This is what every African is supposed to be singing. Not the criminal like Van Van Van, who is talking that his time is up. Not turn of Dr. Ngozaraves. You know? I don't know why our people are so stupid and dumb. Now somebody will be somewhere talking jargon, and somebody will be going to YouTube and listening to that person. So honestly, it stressed me so much. So my brother, I just want to encourage you, continue educating those who want to listen, continue educating those who want to, who believe they want to go home. Those who are hungry to go home, continue to educate them so that they will be strong in their faith. And leave those people who are waiting when our PM will come out and say, today I will declare Biafra before Biafra will go. Or Mazin Nanakan will come out and say, today I declare Biafra before Biafra will go. Hopeless and good for nothing people. Honestly, he used to pay me so much.
It's annoying. It's annoying. Trust me, it's annoying.
So that is only what I want to contribute now because I'm on the way. So, my brother, continue your good one. God will bless you. Thank you, dear friends.
He said, thank you so much. Thank Mazi Greg. Thank you so much. Mommy River Goddess, please fire down with the angelic voice. We want to listen from you.
Greetings, everybody. I greeting to everybody, to all asundry. Ekele m na-agara onye si ka udo dịrị anyị, udo ga-adịkwara onye ahụ. Onye chụrụ udo n'ime ala obi ya, asị m udo dịrị gị. Mana onye nechara ihe anyị na-eme wee si na ihe ga na-echu ya ụla na ọ ya na-alara ụla bụ ka ọ gbasasịa ihe anyị na-eme, ka o tinye anyị n'oru ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. Asị m udo ga-anọte aka n'ebe ndị dị otu a nọ. Unu ga-achọ udo mana ọ na-aga afụ udo. Ihe unu ga na-afụ bụ okwu na ụka, sewe Igbo, solokwu na ụka. Oife unu ga na-afụ na ndụ unu niile ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. Ise. Madam Ojugo, I greet you, name. nne nwere ugwu, nne nwere ngabasị. I thank God for such people being in our midst. Asa T, isi na-ebu ogidi, I know you are busy all this time. Adanne, you know how we fire it down. Nwada Ngozi, I know you will hear my voice. Everybody is busy. Oh, kai ha na-akwa engine ọkụ. May God bless you wherever you are. Our precious divine or divine precious.
Yeah.
And EJ minister, it's been a long time. And my Pichichi sister, Madam Origin. God will be with all of you and strengthen all of us. Maazị Craig, ụmụ nwoke ndị anyị ji eme ọnụ, though there are some men ndị na-enweghị mmiri n'okpuru ọkpa na-abụ, we don't add them like men. They are such osakpolos and achere. Ịghọtago feeling ya na-akwụ ọtọ anyụ mamịrị, ọma na uhukwu na wee na-anyụ mamịrị. Maazị Real Biafra TV, I thank God for one thing. Mgbe ọbụla ị boro mmadụ ifeọma n'obi, ifeọma ga na-eso gị. I thank you for your tenacity. I thank God for patience. I thank God for what God has brought you out to do. Everybody have different calling. O ya gosi na ife a na-emezulu oke. Agwala in 12 talents. Onye ọbụla na nke. And I always say that Simon Ekpa, our PM, came with a multiple dimension. Gị nwa na onwe gị wee bịaza to water it with a deeper meaning dimension into what we have achieved. Asị m kwuo, I don't think you are the one who has chosen this path, but I think Okike chose you and opened your eyes to this direction. Yeah, to commemorate and to add source and to add meaning and to enlighten a whole lot of us and to enlighten the whole world. And even ndị o nwere ihe Madam Ojugo kwuru amụtara m ọsị nọ na eze nwanyị agụ nwanyị bịa ọsọ nọ mediocres ya ndị na-amaghị bom na niile ndị niile feel na ha ma
individuals.
Yes, individuals. So ị na-emekwa isi a ị na-emeghewe oye because there is a whole lot of things that when you dig in, it's just like timing. I'm lucky to meet you today. So ọ na-awụ m akpata oyi because as ignorant is not kedu otu esi wee kwudie ya.
It's not an excuse in the eyes of the Lord.
Excuse at all. And I really thank God because nna m mụtara ọtụtụ ife n'ife a nkụzi ị na-akụziri anyị. But enwe ndị obi ha bụ obi unyi, enwe ndị obi ha bụ ọfụrụ eziokwu ana na-asị because ọ bụ na ọ bụrụ ya a gara esi hey bunienu nwoke a enu n'ife a ọ na-eme. Thank you very much. And I love this your platform. Yes, to the world. I love the background. Thank God for it. And I thank God na osina ABC ude na agbo ncha dili nwa 300 enyere gị kwechiri a na-akpụ ya o kwechiri. Thank God ebe na ebe nọ today you are seeing him, and when you check your own background then check this background, you understand, then you now compare the difference. The
excellent background. Yes.
The background is speaking what even onyocha negodi anyokwe n'isi, onyocha ga try to look twice. Thank you very much for the inspiration. And I am thanking God who has used you to do this. And I must say that when you are on the right path, you glow. Real Biafra TV, as I'm looking at you, you are glowing. You are moving from strength to strength. You are moving from stage 1, stage 2 to stage 3. There is a difference. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Every stress is gone because you have somebody who is the man of war, who is backing you up. And I want to compare the situation you are now and what you're doing, and to other people who were go where kwechere. How are they? I say that a merry heart doeth healing to the soul. Manasi no be joron John agbaka. It grinded the bone like powder. Osakpola anya, aki adịka ife lile akpụ na nkwọrọ aka. Onye lile akpụ ụgụrụ, ọkwọrọ aka. Nya aka yon bender. Ihu ya anya, one side is dropping to the other side, and the other side is dropping to the other side. Ilezi ọnụ ya anya, akụkụ nke ebe nke enyo dịka nke ọzara apanite nke ọzọ gbada agba. Nke bụ na mmadụ ya eteta ụlọ ụtụtụ ya ha gbacha atị anya, obula atị anya na anya nke gọọma na nke emechi emechi nke emeghe emeghe. Oh Jesus Christ. Biko na unu na-ere anya na ihe anụnwa ọsọsọ m nwara afịa ọkwa na ụdị skrin a ka ya nọ na-enenye.
Aka dịka nke nke
ikiri ụmụ nwaanyị ahụchie n'anya, ịmakwa na onye awere ụda aka agụgba ahụ ma dị ka nwa pọtọrị pọtọrị, ọ ga-akawasịrị m ahụ. Mana ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ga-emekwana gịnị? Notwithstanding, as an information minister, Negodo Chino always corporate. N'agbanyeghị onye ọbụla nwere ibu obu, mana gị nwa bụ an information minister, ịmakwa ihe ọ bụ. Everyday pụta your 10 fingers and your 10 toes. Mkpịsị aka gị dị otu onye maka ọkparị dị. Ikwuru kikiri. Si anyị na ịbụ information minister, so dirty. Ofu polo ị na-eyi iri agbago agbago yiri pụta apụta n'oyi. Onye mere gị ha? Akwa niile kụwara bịazịa back to sender because izuru oke. Imidile ka dibịa ya emeghasịrị gị ife ime because ife ime na-enye gị nsogbu. I wee chere chaka bid wee tinye n'onu. Pastor n'aka nni, dibịa n'aka ekpe. What is that chaka bid for? It's your protection. That's what you feel. That you want to destroy another person's life. If onye chokofu, onye kwuo mkpụrụ ọma ọ ghọta mkpụrụ ọma, ịkwuo mkpụrụ ọjọọ ịghọta mkpụrụ ọjọọ. Then to what I want to say concerning what comes out from your mouth, we Biafrans, we don't forget in a hurry. Anya adigo hardened. Enwelu ka ọ na-abụ in a family amụọ nwatakịrị, maybe ọ na-eto abịa ime nna ya dapụ, achọ nna ya afọrọ ya, nwatakịrị bebe jụọ kpulukpulukpulukpulu. Nwatakịrị dịka ọ ga-enweta onwe ya, nne ya dapụkwuo ka ihe fil na nwa ha ya eme. Obechezie nke ọ ya ebezi obi aka ya, o nwezikwe mmadụ nwere ike ịdapụzi n'akụkụ ya ga-adị ya ka ife maka na nne ya adapụgo, nne ya adapụ. Why I am saying this, you people are evil. Afụbeghị m ụdị agbụrụ dịka unu. Ọsakpọlọ edebe gị na Dr. Ngozi Orabaeze, you are always a beggar. Ọsakpọlọ since mmalụ gị as of 2019 or 18 ịpụtara na-aza Amobiara. Since I know you, you are under a carton, under a shelf. Na stock ịnọ, no increase. Ide agbago, no promotion. Na-achọ ebe carton ya esi n'elu dada gbuo. Ị na-nwe ịpala akwa ha, ịpala akwa ndị Spanish kwa ndị Italy. Ị ga-eji na-apụ because ọ bụrụ na Ngozi gote akwa, ya na-akụri otu esi akụri ya. Not because
after you give me my makeup, you're messing up my makeup. Yeah, with the tears from my eyes. I beg.
create akwa na abodo bunye na akpa we na apia n'osisi or pia ya gbago pia ya gbada because you did not pay for the egg. And people are making moves now. Iwe necha anya ihe iwe m ji wee pụta bụ na isi you are rounding up, you and your gang, you are rounding up on a human being like you. So we have known if emelanye na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, you are part of it. Simon Ekpa, you are grade 1. Now, this ones is not yet enough. You want to take another person down. We are awake this time, and we have heard it from your mouth, and we have recorded it for you. As in in the beginning will not be in the beginning. There is difference in the beginning. We are wise now. Then Lasuba gị nọrọ n'ime si na ihe nwanụ bụ na-asụ oyibo, see that they should take up Ngozi Orabaeze. The Finland should take up Ngozi Orabaeze. Ka o mekwe n'ụnụ gịnị? But ụnụ sị na ụnụ na-achụ freedom. Then onye pụtara no to stand for freedom. Ụnụ asị ka eteke ya up. Ndị mmadụ anọ na-back gị up. And you are saying you are doing the right thing. Onye chi ya egbughị mmadụ apụghị igbu ya ne. Nke Ngozi Orabaeze, I've said it. During the time of war, real warriors don't touch women. Real warrior, never in Igbo land. I heard.
Just if I go this, allow them. Like I said, tomorrow we are going to bring all the laws that back Ngozi Orabaeze up, and they said because of she's a woman that nobody will arrest her even to touch, and she's a mother that mothers care for a country. Tomorrow,
I was going to say that. I was going to say that because I heard you saying that you're going to educate us on the rules guiding her.
The rules of the Kaju would not even back the rules. So when America and United Nations office or queer Geneva Convention, when America called the queer, don't see far correct people aja. Even goes to the I am no white she goes to the at this time. She's hey,
I am not scared. I am not scared. But what I want to let us know that na Chineke enwere otu Chukwu si eme ife ya. Chukwu emesigoro anyị nke a wee tiezie dị igodo mi igodo n'aka nwanyị. Ịghọtago? That's why I made this comment. Na mgbe gbulugbo nwoke bụ a warrior does not touch a woman. Ndị nke ha mere bụ ụmụ nwoke ngwa ha gbadatazia to this woman. And that is where the Red Sea will drown them. And they push. I am not even saying if
yes,
it's not easy. Madam Ojugo Mulifoku, anyị nwa bụ ndị na-ebe a ka anyị kwu na eziokwu. Ọkwa apụta enwe mgbe eji na-anọ obodo oyibo eme ọnụ. Ọ bụrụzi na ndị nọ n'ụlọ ka anyị nwere asị na ọ bụghị ogbugbu a na-egbu, asị na ọ bụghị agụụ dịnụ, ndị nọ n'ụlọ ka anyị bụ ndị nọ na mbala mma. Anyị nwa bụ oru na-anaghị achị ọchị. Anyị nọzi oru nke anyị ji aka anyị gbaa onwe anyị. Madam Origin, ana m asị Chineke mere anyị ebere, be anyị dị secured. I will not even wait for Maazị Trump. You understand? Ya rie my benefit m, rie ihe niile dị ya. Ụna. There is no place like home. Maazị Trump will hear my benefit. Yeah, hear my social security.
Maazị Trump.
Yes, I saw how many. Ọ bụrụ na overtime nke mkpataze na-agụ ọnụ ya ezuru. So Maazị Trump rie social, rie everything maka m were ndụ m gaa mere nye. Because at home, no meaning na ịbụ emada. Ịrụchara ụlọ fie ya ọnụ. Nwee security men ti gate ti onye ọzọ na-eme enjoy. Mbịa biri n'ụlọ carton, ụlọ America bụ ụlọ cupboard. Ihe eji arụ ya bụ osisi.
Osisi. You're right.
Maka enwe ka ọkụ si ba gold and diamond is gone under a tree. So kedu ihe ọ bụzi? Every day I can't sleep, you can't lie down because of the So what are you telling me? Onye ọbụla na-agba m oru n'ala ndị mbala, onye ahụ ga-abụ oru forever. That's why I am fighting with my made him narụ na ọsụsọ dị m narụ, and onye ama let him go. Any man, any woman born of a woman on this earth, on this movement, ndị sabotua nọ na Biafra, ndị sabotua nọ na USB government, as long as God liveth, as long as there is night and day, obi mgbawa ka m ji wee na-ebe akwa ọya ha dịla unu mma maka na unu fụrụ ife ọma wee jụ ife ọma sị na ife ọjọọ everyday unu ada alara ụla unu apụta bịa na-achọ onye unu ga-ebling down na-achọ onye unu ga-ebling down na-achọ onye unu ga-ebling unu blingchaa ya na-achọ onye unu ga-edeploy unu deploychaa ya nwere nya unu deploychaa ya blingchaa ya down dere esicha enye o nwere anything fancy title unu nwetara all we can do.
And I never got this. You have to pay for my makeup this morning because you just messed up my makeup.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that because I'm sorry about that. O nwere ndị sị na ha bụ ewu ana ewu alụsị ada akụkọ aka maka ikwu ewu alụsị ọ bata na ji gị ọta anya ọ bata na abacha gị ọta anya ife niile ọ fụrụ ọ na-atụ ya ntabi because na ọ bụ ewu alụsị maka na ọ bụ ewu ana anyị akpa ya aka. No, we have woken up. Enwere ndị na-egbu ewu ana na nzuzo kpọchaa ya onye agụụ gụrụ gụsie enyi ike mmụọ nke ya n'ime ejekpula ewu ana nya a na-eti ewu ana ife. You understand? So nobody is more superior than the other. Nobody in this movement. Nobody onweghị onye nwe this movement. And this movement ị na-agwa mmadụ okwu ka gasif na ọma abụọ gị. Kedu the power ahụ nọ gị n'ime? What is that is boosting your strength? What is that giving you that ego? Kedu the power that is pushing you that you don't know where you come from? Anyway, ọ bụrụ amaji nwanne m ọ sị na mgbe anyị sekiocha Biafra na anyị ebulu unu niile tinye unu na kpangolo tipa je drop unu na border. And the border ebe ahụ drop unu ya bụ border ndị Afghanistan na ndị border ndị Niger. So ebe a
We'll do what Namibia did and all the southern countries.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Mazere TV with Aymanode and Kanowade. So that's why you people are scared. You people don't want us to have peace because we cannot leave you. For us to make this statement and Mbeku Madabu. Agadi nọ n'ụlọ na-agba ofe agadi nọ n'ụlọ mmiri wee manyụ ọkụ. God will requite all of you of what you have done. I rest my mic. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Iwa Goddess. Today, in fact, today is one of the most happiest and blessed day on this platform, honestly, because as no mezo ka ahira atotu ongega. That is the truth of the matter.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is what happened here. Honestly. People, some people got my hand shaman up hard today. That's what it is. Every day I go every day, in fact, now we're buying. Honestly, do you know, every day I'm rejoicing. And like you said, the joy in there, once I recite something, I find out that what we are doing is what is giving me joy. I keep on being happy. I know the country where I am, the how hot it is, but it doesn't. What concerns me, USB, my problem. My problem is to know the truth, and what will take us home very fast. Just in like giving an expo. You see, our DPM is in one of the, in fact, the best country ever in the world. And in where she is today, nobody. You should see. When an ignorant man is talking, he'll behind his shoulders. Big man adi noise. Onya malo adi onya malo noise. All people ranting about Mudarabeze, they never knew that you under the United Nations, God in America, there were 27 laws guide there up. Now, when it's come to a woman, only 15 back there up. When it's coming that she is a woman who declared the new nation, in your total of 58 laws back there up, nobody, and that's in the history, that nobody has arrested a woman who make a declaration of a new country. Never arrest. It never happened before. Now, the Chukwuka Abiyama has fulfilled the words of Mazen Nankanam by saying that once women in America join the struggle, that Biafra has come. That is where we are at this stage. There is no panic. I see my senior brother legend. He's in the building. Please, good afternoon from here and have the mic. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon, Tribe for TV. Thank you so much. And Kelem, those in the house. I've been listening, but I couldn't come in. And greetings to the goddess. Asị na ọwụ nwanne m nwaanyị ọkwa onye chọọ m okwu kpọọ nwaanyị a ọbịa nye onye ahụ ọnụ maka na onye ọ gụrụ afa ka onye ahụ agaala. So I was just all laughing. Maazị akwa rugide na factory, o buru akwa ndị factory na-akụwa n'ụzọ. It's amazing. I can't stop laughing. So, I was asking myself, or if not asking, I'm trying to get to a conclusion that I think some of these guys, they don't know the modalities of getting to what we're looking for. Personally, I discovered recently that the likes of Vam Vam Vam, ha nọ dịka ndị oti mkpu. Ihe ndị a na-eme oye. Ịjụọ mmadụ, what is the reason for what you are doing? Where do we go from here? And where are we going to? You can agree with me that the aim and obligation of these guys is contribute money. And they will go behind and share the money. Because from all this analysis you are giving, and somebody who called himself Minister of Information doesn't know anything. Am I coming out, please?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, a Minister of Information doesn't know anything about freedom, the modalities about freedom. The only thing is he opens his mouth and talk rubbish, abuse people, insult people, and you think that is all you need to get to something that is everybody is desiring. Mete Biafra by men shouting. And you watch a woman who undergoes trainings, political trainings, this and that, whose medical input is being used by America, China, and some other countries. There is no way, if not for freedom, who is this guy, Ajere, to Dr. Ngozo Abez? No, there is a profile is there for anybody to of them put together. The one of Mazi Simon is threat. When you go to his profile, you understand whom he is. That of Mazi Namdekalo is there. Ajere is nobody. He's nobody. They're only there making noise. The only thing they know is just all this put on the hand and cover. That is the only thing they know how to do. In fact, the day I saw this guy's hand, the day I saw his palms, that day he was congratulating this lady that even I can't trust her, the one that called her Chalug. The day in fact, that guy was able to show his palms, and I knew that this guy is suffering. He's into a laborious activity. If you look at his palm, you know that the guy looks like an iron band. This is why all of them, they are struggling. This is one thing that killed IPOB. IPOB, one family. Number one, have you taken oath? If you have not taken oath, go and take your oath. Go and take your oath. Number two, have you done your monthly contribution? And this was why for 5 years, IPOB failed only to come out and start abusing their leader. Onyendu. They have used Mazi Namdekalo's name enough. And this time is no more paying them. And it's better they come out and insult this Onyendu, let everywhere scatter. And that is just the obvious that these guys, they were in the air for the freedom. Ajere doesn't know what it means to get freedom. He doesn't know what it means. In fact, to some extent, Ogenkere is trying to, use. Ogenkere is trying to, with the help of Elias, to deceive himself. At least the corridors of Washington is, at least, is making him known by some or few people who are following him. Who is Imam Madhab? Who are they? Imam Madhab, a man that cannot come and address the people he said they want to lead. They call him chairman of AGs, a freedom fighting, a government using chairman. And the other one is answering Secretary General of Ohanande Debo. He used the structure of Ohanese and move into the struggle. That of Professor Koma is answering Secretary General and the Mamad Habo chairman. If you look at what they are doing, is exactly Ohanese Debo structure and not a structure of a government. Government uses a chairman to operate. Man say at TV. Which government uses chairman in the whole universe? Which government uses chairman to operate? Just tell me. Which chairman? Which country and which government? Which structure? Ohaneze ndị Igbo structure can this CRC bridges at them operate? Then which government in the world that is a hierarchy? If you check here the hierarchy of the system, if you have secretary chairman, you secretary general, if you have conflict and resolution committee as a judicial body of that particular government, is this not laughable? Is it not laughable? Well, for me, I think those that can follow these guys are either in there, those who doesn't want freedom, who are just there. Let us put hands together. Even if we know the truth, let us bring down everything. Let everything collapse. Or that the ones following them are just stark illiterates who cannot read, nor read as well. Even reason as so. I am just happy God is helping this woman. I just say is upon her. Let see God beat his wife. Then anything that is bloodly attached to Ajere and not Dr. Ngozi or Abeze. So you see, that is why if you see they are in different platforms, but one agenda. Different platforms. Ogenkere, Club of Brigi, different platform, one agenda. BGC PRC with Ajere and the Mamadabo on a different platform with one agenda. Lazuba platform with Umajani, they're on different platform with one agenda. Ugo 247 Abu have his own and with his followers with another different, with one agenda. Their agenda is what? Ugo can never use his good platform to talk about the evil meted on Biafrans by Nigeria. Ugo 247 had never said it. The problem of Ugo 247 is Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. Bring her down and let everything about Biafran movement collapse, because he knows that if Mazi Simon Ekpa comes out tomorrow, he has nothing to do with people like him. He's a mediocre. Now the problem of Ajere is bring Dr. Ngozi Arabeze down. If Simon Ekpa comes out tomorrow, it will be difficult for him to start. Is either he consult us, we begin to do it the same way we want it, or not. This is just one agenda. Ogenkere, the same thing. One agenda, different platforms, but one agenda. Are you getting what I'm saying? All these people I mentioned, Ogenkere Club, the agenda is one.
Yeah, correct.
It is just similar to that of his agenda, similar to that of Ogenkere agenda is similar to that of CRC BGC. Ngozi Arabeze is our platform. It's just like in animal farm, when animals will say that 4 legs is good, 2 legs are bad. Our problem in the farm is 2 legs. Anything with 2 legs shall be brought down so that animals will get their freedom. So they see Ngozi Arabeze as a threat. Okay, Kere. Ngozo Rabeze is because looking at Ogen Kere, Ngozo Rabeze has succeeded in relegating him. How many is his followers? People are leaving him day by day. Imam Madhabu, the same thing. They are struggling to convince people. They brought a lawyer, and lawyer disgraced them. It is not in my hand to free Mazi Simon. I am not even going to be the lead counsel. I'm only going to observe what is happening. Therefore, what is the need for us contributing money? Vam. You want to enrich yourself. One agenda, different platform. Ogenkere, Club of BGC, Ajere, BGC FRC with Imam Madhabo, chairman of a government, and Secretary General, Bryce Nokoma, Umajani, led by Lazuba, the Psychophants group, led by Ugo 247. They don't report anything happening against Biafrans in Nigeria. I don't know if you have seen any. If you have seen any, you show me. Ajere do not report anything happening against Biafrans in Nigeria. Ogenkere do not. The only thing, if you ask Ogenkere a question, he will shout, "I'll fight! I'll fight! I'll fight!" That is his only statement. Then you come to Lazuba. Lazuba on camera. He just Ngozi Orabeze or Fulani did that is just they have one agenda. 247 one forms. One their agenda is one. Other people who think we should have at the forefront of Biafran struggle. God forbid. So Mazi at Biafra TV, I was coming in with one question before I into this. I was almost asking, does it mean that these people, all these things you are teaching, does it mean that these fake agitators, they don't know, or they are very intentional about what they are doing to tear apart and tear down the effort of the Mazi Simon Epa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I will say to that is very simple something. You know, when people pretend that they love messenger more than message, remember the word I use. When people pretend because of how much they want to make in the name of the messenger, then when that messenger is no longer there, and the another person comes up, and the pattern of the another person changes the way the messenger they believe of handling them, or the way they were using that particular name to make money, and the another messenger take over, block the way of their making money. So they will all, what they will do is to swallow on the ignorant to destroy the messenger and destroy the message. And in the first place, they never believe the message. They only pretend loving messenger. And he said, if we don't preach what this messenger is preaching or agree with him, we will not make money. Like example, when Ajere leave Mazi Simon Epa in 2020 to 2021, went to Idu, he found out that the name of Nelly of Febu as the messenger of Idu is not giving him how much he's making with the name of messenger called Simon Epa Njoko. Then he has to turn back. He has to turn back. So it's because of their personal interest and from who are they accomplishing their personal interest as the messenger in the name of pretending that they love the messenger and they love the message. Because if you claim that if you love a messenger without pretending to preach or to in somehow 20% of believing in that what the messenger is doing, you will turn back to become enemy of that messenger you claim you love. I give an example again. Chiamaka Ajere. It happens to him here. The person that it happens to two of them together find his way back and move away, which is Bobrisky, Sonny Aparawa. Not Sonny Aparawa, Simon Siobo. The same method of the same manners of the same people pretending to love Messenger. So the problem of them is that one, they never knew how, they never believed that this Biafra will be a reality. Now, to be reality, have ended their way of taking in the name of Biafra as a country. So on that
move to that person there so that we can hear what you're saying.
So in the name of that we this is only option we are going to make money without attaching that special feeling in praising the messenger for us to make our money, not for us to achieve the country. Now, when it's come to the issue of to achieve the nation, because achieving Biafra as a nation and everything about them up, proving their authority, because once a nation come, the nation will come with president, vice president. The nation will select those are working with the government of the country. And Obato will be proving that before he was arrested by selecting 5 or 4 delegates that will select those that are going to work with USB. And they already know that those Obato will be selected was those that they are not in good terms with. Now, they have already started finding a way of hating the messenger already, because of the messenger has changed in a way that this is going to be the final point of the message. Where is the end of the message? Then they all believe in the starting of that message by the messenger, loving messenger more than the message. Now, when the messenger is not there, it now becomes obvious that they are not to help the message to get to the rightful end of the message. That's why I said we are in the end point of the message, which is US will be declared as a country. That is my answer to that. This is how I always view them in my own mind. This is my simple answer. As legend. Are you here?
Okay, thank you very much, because most times I love to come to your platform with a question, because my intention of asking is that listeners, those who are right here or those who will listen later, will learn. Yeah, you've made me to understand it's not that they do not know, but it's just the fact is they don't like the messenger, and as well to me, the message is too heavy for them to carry. But they were just all there, you know, as observers, not that they were committed members, until at a point when it was time for selection. Before then, they've already built their cabal. They've already. And all these people put together, those people that fall out with Ogenkere, you imagine how many they are. Professor Koma, Dr. Koma, Van Van, and the rest of them. And like this man was a prophet, he said, you may be in cabal without knowing. I know he was just trying to pamper his words. Obatobio was just trying to manage the system. He already know. But at that point in time was not the time to start separating the chaff from the wheat, or a time to start picking people out for suspension or that. But tactically, he now said that this group will work on doing the final job, those that will be in charge to select those that will continue. This is just this particular committee is going to do this. And unknown to him, or somehow he has seen the signal that there is a strong cabal.
Obatobi has understanding those who love the message, the messenger, and love the message. Because when you love these two things together, you will be on the central point to carry on and move forward. But when you love one and hate one, when that one you love is not there, you will fall back and remain where you are, because of you are moving because of there is one thing that is motivating you to do more. When nothing is not there, let me give you an example. When I don't have the system I'm using to research, I was managing what I have to do the research because I want to know what I am looking for. Now, when the easiest thing that makes me to do research is here with me, it makes it easier. So they find out that this group, they only here because of me. They are not here because of the message. He now use those who love the messenger and the message 50-50 to build the building before he was arrested. And those that are 10-20% on the messenger fall apart because of way to eat money are no longer there. The true messenger has blocked the bad messenger who want to mess up the message and move into the good listener, and those who are for the real message are those under USB we are declared. That is where we are.
Thank you so much. I think I'm satisfied with your answer. And then, like we discussed last time, when we tried to establish through the question I asked you, to establish that Ugo 247 lied in his last broadcast. And again, it is obvious to know that Jerry and the rest of them, they are all there for money making. If you watch what is happening, since they discover that it's like Biafrans are gradually knowing where they are navigating to, that this lawyer has nothing much to say. I don't think they are the tempo, the rates at which they were jumping for international Joseph Smith and all the rest. It's like the thing reduced these days. I don't know. It's like it reduced because
yes, because I present the evidence now from Finland court that nobody, no white, no lawyer from anywhere could intervene into the court of Finland. I bring the evidence with Kai. We had that program together. After the lawyer left, we come back and did it again. So, and after that, I see that program like 2 days, proving that there is the history or the law of Finland, nothing like such thing happen. That all in the name to use Biafra to make money is why they are bringing such people to come. And for Biafrans to think that they are here for Simon Eber. So when you debunk those things, they will go and re-strategy themselves back. Whatever they bring, we are here. I approved to go 247. I sended him all those research. He never said anything. I said him go 247. Invite me. I will come to your platform. But I want you to bring the evidence. But when I come, please explain, give an account how you spend the $300. If you send it to Dr. Age back, please bring a receipt that proves you send it back. And he never said anything today.
Yeah, it is obvious. Go ahead, please.
Go on.
Yeah, it is obvious. Now,
go on, Legend, go on. Let me
Ugo 247, from what pharmacist then replied him, I understood his grievances. Those guys were there milking Briggy, yes. The original Briggy, as headed by the Mazi Simon Ekpa, from the back door. And it is obvious that this was the thing how Ogenkere was dishing out money. And at a point, he saw that Ogenkere felt he is almost buying all of them. He was just dishing out the money meant for something else. Because Mazidan made it open that your anger, your grievances with me is that you sent me a voice message and attach account number at the same time for me to forward money. And I told you that things are not done this way. This is a government. Protocols must be followed. Somebody is in charge. Somebody is in charge of this. Somebody is in charge. So I directed you. Send this voice message, but not the account number. The person in charge will go through it, contact from where and where the point where this problem is, and report back. Then the council or the cabinet will decide what happens. Ugo 247 felt it was business as usual. What they used to do with Ogenkere, it was business as usual. And these are means, because if he has succeeded, he would have done it again and again and again. But because that door was closed, he now saw that, these women and this cabinet is not like the cabinet. The one that finance was in Ogenkere's hand. And then he got annoyed. And today, he has attacked Uche Obi because he contacted Uche Obi secretly. You know, this is obvious that these guys were all gossipers. They were all bunch of gossips in the cabinet. The Ugo 247 shamelessly will tell you how he contacted Dr. Age and called Uche Obi. They were all trying to build up another gang, and he could not got Uche Obi. That is his own anger. Uche Obi refused him because he has said it the first time he called Uche Obi. Is this thing Dr. Ngozi Arabezi? Is it? Uche Obi say yes. What he's doing is what is expected from Simon Ekpa. Then the question is, Ugo 247, you are in Europe. Ugo 247 is the last person that will board a flight to Finland because he's not free. Because cabinet is no more there to give him ticket for free to travel to Finland. And he has been challenged over and over. You never invented, you think you can open your platform and talk. Did you for once organize a town hall meeting for Simon Ekpa to come to Spain where you are and address people? The answer is no. Somebody from Russia has spoken in 2 platforms how he contacted you on reaching out to Obatobi on how to sponsor or to support. You turned him down with a statement that is quite disgusting. That one that doesn't relate anybody on what he's doing. And now you think na Dr. Ngozi Arabezi of Mrs. Diane na how often kupu. And when they show you that they are here for business, not like Masob and IPOB, not the same way, not again, you got annoyed and start telling us. And your evidence, the only evidence Ugo has was the voice message of criminal caterpillar of yesterday. But you made this allegation months ago. People challenge you and say, bring evidence. You now go and catch evidence of something that happened last week. Isn't that foolish of Ugo 247? So what I'm trying to establish here is that to God be the glory. The things that are happening, I love it in one way. God is just by his hand trying to separate the fake from the real, separate the chaff from the grain. And it is obvious we are having it. The likes of Van Van, they are all chaff. And that is why they've been making noise. I've never been to his platform while Obatobi was here because I don't like the way he talks. It doesn't make sense to me as an individual. A man who only open camera and shout and call himself Amobiara, try self-praise. Here about eye service. You are only doing this for people to notice you as though you meant well, whereas you have ulterior motive. Your aim is simple. You want to enrich yourself. This is a man who will go behind, collect numbers of people who have come to donate and start asking them for support, asking them for money. If you can give Biafra this, we're in cabinet, we are suffering, it's not easy. These people are coming out to confess all these things. So it's no more business as usual. That is why he had gone back to his factory work with full force, even working overtime to meet up. And that was why when you see his palm, now let him show that his palm again. His palm is peeling because he's no more sitting in the house and eating free money and can never be again. Can never. So River Alpha TV, thank you for all this exposition. all we ask people and encourage people, the doubting Thomases, is go on research. If you want, come to the platform, ask the presenter, where did you get information from? Then he will share with you. Go and find out yourself. Make findings. Is there anything that have established Van Van Vam and the CRUC that they are fighting for Biafra or doing anything for Mazi Simon to come out? The answer is no. Ogenkere, no. None of them.
Not.
Is it Lazuba? Is it Lazuba? No. Lazuba is an anti-Simon Ekpa. Believe it or take it. But what they are doing is what Ikengu Ragu did. Ikengu Ragu was using Mazi Simon Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man, we are here and this. He used Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to build up his platform, though his platform collapsed to some certain level when he started misbehaving. People left him. Only mediocres, had to. A lot of people left him and his platform, and he knew it. So what Lazuba is doing is just like somebody. Even now, if you hear the last of Lazuba, where she was asking, now where is Simon Ekpa? And that is cabinet. Where is he? You know from the depth of that woman's mind that woman is mocking Mazi Simon Ekpa. She's not with him. And I think as we talk now, that woman is done and dusted. Any moment you can see her talking trash, talking the way DOS is talking to Nnamdi Kanu. You see that woman talking to Mazi Simon Ekpa like that because she has started already. She had made a step. Her last broadcast is a proof that she's not with this man anymore. Her reaction, her attitude, her first broadcast from Finland when she said she visited, said it all. And that was why she said, whatever that will happen, I will never apologize. I'm ready. I'm here to do my thing. She's doing her thing. That woman is doing her thing. She's not with Simon Ekpa. If you say her praise Simon Ekpa, she is only doing it to attract people to herself. But real inside and the depth of her heart, she's no more with him. So thank you very much. And we wish Dr. Ngozi Arabeza and her cabinet well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Legend. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming around. That's what we do. What we do this time around is multiple dimension of all we are doing. Everything is also to put things right to the hearing of those who are still doubting and those who are having 10% in their mind. There is nothing to doubt about. There is nothing for you to look the other way around or remain in defense. Look at history repeating. Look at all the things that we are passing through. One thing must be in your mind at all times. We can never achieve this Biafra without having saboteurs, the strongest one. There is something that a brother sent to me, which I researched. After taking my time to go through it, I find things that I said, wow. All these betrayers, what is the thing they promised them? They promised them beyond things they can never be able to imagine in their life that they will hear in their ear. So only hearing of those promises has triggered them to throw themselves out of the track. And because of the mindset of that promise, or giving them 2% of 10 promise of the make to them, has made them to say, oh, so if I be able to add more strength to finish this sabotaging and destroying this thing, then I will have this 20, I will have this percent all by me. Then it will trigger. So there is no amount of money given a betrayal that will be enough for him. The only is enough for them is a promise of 10,000, 10 times 10. He never dreamed, believed that he will ever have. That is what triggers them, nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Please, we go back to the program right now. We will do a refresh of our mind. After that, then we go into the second section that we'll have to do today. Remember what we are doing now. We want to see how people transition from organization to government, to protest organization, to a government in exile, to make a peaceful declaration or peaceful transition or anything peaceful at all that leads to them to become a country they are today. Remember that. So listen to this. Let's go.
In the 21st century, international law has shifted to favor organizations that build administrative legitimacy over those that only use military force. Several organizations have successfully transitioned from being protest.
There's something I want you to have in mind. Remember that word. That they have shifted to organize organizations that has transitioned into a government administrative. Not only that, that they have also shifted away from those who are using military force. That they have already do what? They have already shifted from those that are using military force, that they are no longer with them.
Movements or liberation groups to governments in exile, and finally to recognized countries. Here are the most significant organizations that followed this peaceful transition model. 1. SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, Transition, Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero Namibia, 1990. The Path. SWAPO began as a protest group against South African illegal occupation. After being forced into exile, they were recognized by the UN as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people in 1978. The recognition, instead of just fighting, they engaged in a UN-monitored transition plan. This led to a peaceful declaration of independence in 1990. Key lesson: they gained recognition by proving they had a shadow government ready to take over administration. 2. CNRT, National Council of Timorese Resistance, Transition, Resistance Coalition, Raitero Administrative Partner, Raitero Timor-Leste, 2002. The Path. For 24 years, the CNRT, and its predecessors like Fretilin, operated in exile and in hiding. They shifted their strategy from pure military resistance to a diplomatic and administrative campaign. The recognition: they worked with the UN to register voters, even in the diaspora. This peaceful administrative inversion led to a 1999 referendum and full recognition in 2002. 3. The African National Congress, ANC, Transition, Banned Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero South Africa, 1994. The Path. The ANC operated from exile in countries like Zambia and Tanzania for decades. While they were once labeled terrorists by some, they built a global diplomatic network. The recognition: by the early 1990s, the world recognized the ANC as the government in waiting. They didn't win through a final battle, but through a negotiated transition and a peaceful election. Key lesson: they used their time in exile to draft a new constitution, proving to the international community that they were a responsible government. 4. The National Unity Government, NUG, current example. Current status: Myanmar, ongoing transition in 2026, the Path. After the 2021 coup, elected officials formed the NUG. They operate largely in exile or in liberated zones. The recognition: as of 2026, the NUG has achieved a high level of functional recognition. They have maintained Myanmar's seat at the UN, blocking the military junta, by paying the country's membership dues and providing digital services to citizens. Modern strategy: the NUG uses digital sovereignty, issuing digital currency and IDs, to prove they are the effective government. Comparison of the 21st century success model. Organization: exile basis, peaceful tool. Result: SWAPO, Zambia, Angola, UN Resolution 435. Namibia, CNRT, Portugal, Australia, UN monitored referendum. Timor-Leste, ANC, UK, Zambia, negotiated settlement. New South Africa, NUG, digital, underground, UN voting rights and payments. Ongoing recognition. Why these names matter for your movement. These organizations prove that the UN and EU eventually recognize movements that stop acting like a group of individuals and start acting like a structured administration. Submit documents, constitutions, oaths, ID registries to the UN Secretary General. Perform state acts like paying UN dues or issuing documents while still in exile. By following the United States of Biafra (USB) model of peaceful redeclaration and administrative proof, you are using the same legal manual that allowed SWAPO and the ANC to transform from exile groups into world-recognized governments. Would you like to know the specific UN resolutions that these organizations used to bridge the gap between exile and state?
I hope you know we have gone through this. Now we are moving into section 2 of this program today. Like I said, when I say we have a long hour today, the section 2 headline or the question that we are going to treat, in fact, the question we're going to answer is, after 1967 to 1970, how many countries come out from Africa through exile government with peaceful declaration to 2026? Look at what I type. My question is, after 1967 to 1970, how many countries come out from Africa through exile government with peaceful declaration to 2026? If you look at why I ask that question, it's because of what they put on why Biafra was not a country. That Biafra will create many countries in Africa. So today, let us find out. And why do I push this peaceful declaration of our own? Is because of what? Our own case. Let us see those who have used it in Africa to become a country, how many they are. Then you will know that a peaceful declaration is burning of a new nation. Since all these years, from the protests, it's like when you are admiring a girl, you will be complaining to your friends, nah, I love that, I like that girl. Oh. I like that girl. You'll be complaining. If you see someone around that girl, you'll be very angry because agitation means that you are not happy. So when you see somebody around the girl that you feel like, nah, I want this girl, oh, then you know how you feel. That is the stage of agitation. Now, compare that to a girl. When you move to approach the girl and say, my name is so person. It's like, that is when you have started manning up. That is now from agitating to people, you have started building a structure. You have started building how to talk to the girl to know your intention. Then one thing, another level is when you have started making her to know you, to start getting close to her, going out with her. Sometimes you buy things for her. Sometimes you take her out. Sometimes you invite her to your house. That is another transition, coming close and building a structure with the girl. Now, any day you put her engagement ring on her hand is another transition. That also the intention is that I want to make her my wife. She's not your wife, oh. Then the day you pay her bride price is the day she becomes your intention. Why you are agitating, fighting people, living from complaining to people, talk to her direct, then engage her and pay her bride price is the day that you have made it all the intention to be that what I want, I have finally succeeded in making her my wife. She belongs to you. That is how this thing we are talking about is. And the same route you pass before you meet the girl to pay her bride price, do everything, is what people has been done in the past. That is what people have done in the past. The same thing. So the same, what we are asking now is that, one, Biafra was not a country, failed woefully. 1967, totally everything lost, everything gone. According to our program yesterday, according to our research yesterday. Then after the British has claimed that Biafra will bring many countries in Africa because of what they believe and how they say it. Now, we want to find out today, After the 1967 to 1970, how many countries come out from Africa through exile governments? And because of lack of exile government, that is why we are still here today. But these people, they come out through what? Through exile government with what? Peaceful declaration or peaceful re-declaration. Let us listen. That is the next, that is where we are going right now. So pay attention. You will hear something today. You will hear the date, the year, everything in between.
Since the end of the Biafran War in 1970, the path to statehood in Africa has shifted dramatically. In the 21st century, international law, specifically the ICJ Kosovo Precedent 2010, has made it possible for movements to move from rebellion to administrative declaration. While many African nations gained independence from European colonies before 1970, only 2 major countries have successfully emerged from within existing African states through a process of organized government administrations and peaceful declarations leading to full UN recognition. 1. Eritrea, 1993. Eritrea is the most significant example of a government that operated for decades as a state in waiting before achieving peaceful recognition. The transition. After a long conflict, the EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, established a provisional government. The Peaceful Declaration. Following a UN-supervised referendum in April 1993, the government made a formal, peaceful declaration of independence. International recognition. They were admitted to the United Nations on May 28, 1993, and recognized by the African Union, OAU. The law. They used the principle of self-determination as outlined in the UN Charter, proving they had a permanent population and a functioning administration during the transition. 2. South Sudan, 2011. South Sudan is the primary 21st century example. Their path is often studied by the USB because it involved a government in waiting, the SPLM-A, that built institutions before the final declaration. The transition. The Comprehensive Peace Agreement, 2005, allowed the Southern government to operate as an autonomous administration for 6 years. The Peaceful Declaration. On July 9, 2011, following a peaceful vote, they issued their formal declaration of independence. International recognition. They were recognized immediately by the UN, EU, and the African Union. The law. They successfully argued that the parent state, Sudan, could no longer provide for the people, and thus the regional government was the only legitimate sovereign authority. 3. The de facto exceptions, Somaliland and Western Sahara. There are 2 other African entities that have made peaceful declarations and function as governments, but their recognition is currently functional rather than full UN membership. Somaliland, declared 1991, status, operates a government, issues passports, and has its own currency. Recognition. While not a UN member, they have functional recognition. Several countries and the EU maintain diplomatic offices there and treat them as a de facto state because they are peaceful and democratic. Western Sahara, SADR, status. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, operates as a government in exile. Recognition. It is a full member of the African Union. This is a critical legal point for the USB. A government in exile can be a member of the African Union even if it does not yet have a seat at the UN. Summary of African Statehood, 1970 to 2026, Country, Movement. Year of Declaration, UN Status, African Union Status, Eritrea 1993, Full Member, South Sudan 2011, Full Member, Somaliland 1991, Functional, Non-UN, Observer, Pending. Western Sahara 1976. Disputed. Full member. Why this history helps the USB. For the United States of Biafra, USB, the success of South Sudan and the African Union membership of Western Sahara show that the 21st century legal path works. The strategy has changed. In 1967, the goal was to defeat an army. In 2026, the goal is to register a population and issue a declaration that the UN and EU cannot ignore because it follows the same legal steps used by South Sudan and Eritrea. By focusing on administrative sovereignty, like the national IDs, you are using the exact model that allowed South Sudan to move from an exile movement to a UN member state. Would you like to know how South Sudan formatted their final instrument of independence that they sent to the UN Secretary General?
I hope you are hearing from Africa with declaration. See, I don't know why the most hardest people in this world, Mazakan said, Igbo saboteurs are the highest one. And our negativity not allow us to, this negativity is there. The syndrome of hear and forgot is there. The ignorance is there. Our over self-proud. You see this 14. If you be able to train yourself out of this 14, you will, in fact, you will transition into good thing all time in your life. You see this 14 I mentioned right now. That is what is keeping this movement down. But now, Chukwu Okabiam has bring those that understand this 4 characters that we have. That is why they are transitioning every blessed day. And those are gossiping, those are on that level are where they are. Remember the 14 I mentioned here. You see this 14. It can never allow you to do good thing for once. It can never allow you to transition a proper movement. You can only be there, be gossiping. You can only be there, be doing things that are not normal to do. Honestly. That is why at this stage that we are into, we all need to understand. That is why I am on my tight schedule to bring all this out for us to know the truth. Why I murdered my sleep is because of the truth. The 4 characters I mentioned, you see this one is syndrome of hear and forget is in our people's life so much. You see ignorance. If you see self-proud. In fact, and the last one, these 4 things is what is destroying our people in this movement that we are into. So if you find yourself today within USB we are declared and believe in this declaration, this 4 character is not into your life. That is why you're a free person. This 4 character will never allow you to accept truth, because over self-proud could not allow to accept your mistake. Over self-proud is one of the things that whatever somebody is doing, you not value it except you are the one doing it. So when you look at the process and how other countries have achieved their country, and today USB is here maintaining those criteria, proving to the world why we are people of United States of Biafra, that we are not those people that are ignorant of the truth, those that over self-proud, over self-arrogance, and when you don't know, you claim you know it all. This has destroyed all these people. Let's listen again before we go into our analysis.
Since the end of the Biafran War in 1970, the path to statehood in Africa has shifted dramatically. In the 21st century, international law, specifically the ICJ Kosovo Precedent 2010, has made it possible for movements to move from rebellion to administrative declaration. While many African nations gained independence from European colonies before 1970, only 2 major countries have successfully emerged from within existing African states through a process of organized government administrations and peaceful declarations leading to full UN recognition. 1. Eritrea, 1993. Eritrea is the most significant example of a government that operated for decades as a state in waiting before achieving peaceful recognition. The transition. After a long conflict, the EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, established a provisional government. The Peaceful Declaration. Following a UN-supervised referendum in April 1993, the government made a formal, peaceful declaration of independence. International recognition. They were admitted to the United Nations on May 28, 1993, and recognized by the African Union, OAU. The law. They used the principle of self-determination as outlined in the UN Charter, proving they had a permanent population and a functioning administration during the transition. 2. South Sudan, 2011. South Sudan is the primary 21st century example. Their path is often studied by the USB because it involved a government in waiting, the SPLM-A, that built institutions before the final declaration. The transition. The Comprehensive Peace Agreement, 2005, allowed the Southern government to operate as an autonomous administration for 6 years. The Peaceful Declaration. On July 9, 2011, following a peaceful vote, they issued their formal declaration of independence. International recognition. They were recognized immediately by the UN, EU, and the African Union. The law. They successfully argued that the parent state, Sudan, could no longer provide for the people, and thus the regional government was the only legitimate sovereign authority. 3. The de facto exceptions, Somaliland and Western Sahara. There are 2 other African entities that have made peaceful declarations and function as governments, but their recognition is currently functional rather than full UN membership. Somaliland, declared 1991, status, operates a government, issues passports, and has its own currency. Recognition. While not a UN member, they have functional recognition. Several countries and the EU maintain diplomatic offices there and treat them as a de facto state because they are peaceful and democratic. Western Sahara, SADR, status. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, operates as a government in exile. Recognition. It is a full member of the African Union. This is a critical legal point for the USB. A government in exile can be a member of the African Union even if it does not yet have a seat at the UN. Summary of African statehood, 1970 to 2026, country, movement. Year of declaration, UN status, African Union status, Eritrea 1993, full member, South Sudan 2011, full member, Somaliland 1991, functional, non-UN, observer, pending. Western Sahara 1976, disputed, full member. Why this history helps the USB. For the United States of Biafra, USB, the success of South Sudan and the African Union membership of Western Sahara show that the 21st century legal path works. The strategy has changed. In 1967, the goal was to defeat an army. In 2026, the goal is to register a population and issue a declaration that the UN and EU cannot ignore because it follows the same legal steps used by South Sudan and Eritrea. By focusing on administrative sovereignty, like the national IDs, you are using the exact model that allowed South Sudan to move from an exile movement to a UN member state. Would you like to know how South Sudan formatted their final instrument of independence that they sent to the UN Secretary General?
I hope you have listened what happened in Africa. This is after the 1967 to 1970 war against Biafran people that they denied us. But look at how people emerge. You see that people in that time even went into exile. They re-declared through a peaceful re-declaration again. How many countries? 1, 2, 3. We have etc. We have South Sudan. We have Somaliland, Western Sahara. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them at a time.
Brother, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. You see, what they are teaching us here now is, even though UK said, Biafra will be creating too many countries in Africa. Now, they're trying to teach us that even though they said that, but with the law, with the constitution now, that it surpasses whatever any country or any individual thinks about.
Exactly.
If you follow the due process.
Yes.
point here is follow the due process, you get it. We all hear when it was happening in South Sudan, the fight. I was in US then. Yes, I was already in US. When we're hearing South Sudan, they're fighting, they're fighting, you know. But and then Somali, not Somali now, Elytra. Now
Yeah.
I know why Elytra was there the day we redeclared Biafra.
Yeah.
So they already recognized, they already got um their independent, the Elytra. So people that are asking which country that are you can say that Elytra, they were present there of our redeclaration, and they signed something with our government on that day. These are countries that have existed um, since 1970 after the Biafra
Yeah.
War.
The Biafra War,
This
yes.
country has emerged. So to show you that whatever a country or individuals say does not matter. Follow the due process. Once you follow it, you will get there. The protocol remains the same. Individual can say whatever they want to say. Country can say follow. They've laid down this because there's nothing like law. It makes life easy for everybody.
Yes.
Once that law, that constitution is there, you follow it, you get to where you need to go to. So, one of the things that I want to talk about is four things that you mentioned that is our people's problem. You see, ego is the
Yeah.
worst.
That
It's
is the worst.
is a big problem. Yesterday, I was was it yesterday, Kelena TV, and it was showing this Mazi, somebody is one man
Yes.
that always criticizes Ezako, that always criticize Christians. But you went to visit somebody and the person say no. Now the guy put up a video. You see the ignorance? And he thought it was, oh my God, I love the way Kelena analyzed him and put him on somewhere to sit down. To bring out his foolishness. He thought he was wise. Because that's what they think. They think that they are wise. But they are just laying in the public that dirty linen. You went to visit somebody, the person said, I don't want to see you. You don't even think about what is the person visiting? Does the person actually want to see anybody? There are people like, here, sometimes people will lose somebody and will say, we need the privacy of the family. Maybe a tragic situation. Won't you respect that? Instead, the man turn up a video recording of himself. Say, you're married, I'm married. You have kids, I have kids. You have a state, I have a state. Really? Really? What you cannot do, you cannot give room. Stay out. Let the person who can do it take it over. What is the end point is for us to achieve that.
Yes.
That we are all looking for. If you're wanting to build a school and you know that you don't have the knowledge on how to do it, how to get about it, won't you hire somebody that will get you to establish that school if you don't know how to do it? Why is it that our people go to learn business? Why? Because you're going to learn from somebody who have experience, somebody who knows how to do it. You learn and then you start. My people, this thing is just everyday life that we live.
Yeah.
If you really pay attention, everyday life that we live. See, 4 countries after they say creating Biafra is so many countries, 4 already in Africa.
Yeah, 4. And through those 4 went through
In Africa.
peaceful declaration. Those 4 went through peaceful declaration. That is the sweetest part of it. That they went through peaceful declaration. So when
Yes,
you are
and
hearing about you're thinking,
after fight, after they finished fighting, they now decided to go through the correct way, and they did that, and they got it.
Exactly what Obatobie told us. That after our peaceful declaration, that we should stop armed struggle. That if you're expecting him to lay 1 bullet on Nigeria, that you are wasting your time. That is it. You see, Obatobie knows all these criteria. He just keep it and be working on it. But what possesses me to bring out it is that I already said this thing before. I was just sleeping. I remember Obatobie, all his teachings about Montevideo Convention. I pick up my phone. I type Montevideo Convention. From that Montevideo appearing in my phone, just that Montevideo Convention. Then I now start asking questions. I first start asking from YouTube how to build a new nation. If those who learn from day 1, how to build a new nation. They start teaching me, telling me, after this, I will come here, I will play it till I got into the app where everything was very easy. So it's only that I remembered Simon Ebanjoko and his teachings. Is this spirit that possesses me? That is all. I said, okay, what will be a believe in research? What will be so now I have come to see it clearly evidence that Obatobie knows all these things. Now look at this Eritrea.
Brother, do you remember that Obatobie, the PM, told us that he did international law?
Yes.
Okay.
No, do you know Obatobie might do international law on the level of the world, but there's difference where he entered Biafran movement. Chukwu Okabiama now give him those things that he needed, because look at it. So Professor Kokoma and all of that, they're not professors today. But what happened to all these messages? They could not find it out, because Chukwu Okabiama said, who I will give the message to deliver is whom I will give it. So remember the preaching of Mas Nnamdi on his own level. Remember that it's quite different from the time of Simon Ekpa with his own preaching, our prime minister. So this is exactly what happened in this movement that we are into. A time where the real deal must be fulfilled. It must be fulfilled. It doesn't matter who you are and what you think. And because of the movement they were into, it's not in the man's hand. It is in the hands of Chukwu Okabiama to who to give to deliver the message. Among the Israelites, he decided to choose Moses and Aaron to give them the real message that will deliver the Israelites. What happens? He leads them, and they becomes. And when Chukwu wants to lead you, he will give you what you're supposed to do to prove the reality in front of the people that this Chukwu Okabiama who sent us on this mission. So I got this what I'm doing now from just.
And that's what he told Moses. Remember, he told Moses that when Moses said, "I cannot talk."
Yes. Do you know that what I'm doing? Sometimes I will sit down after prayer. I will ask myself, "Am I doing this thing?" I always ask myself this question after program. When I take some 2 days to go to look at that program, I will say, "Is it me?"
Because you're possessed. You're possessed. God has possessed you to deliver his people. As simple as ABC. Just possess you like he possessed Moses.
Honestly, I was shocked. Even due to these days, I will be having my phone in my hand. I'll be feeling sleepy, I will be typing something. I will be sleeping. I wake up like there is something I am missing. Once I type one thing and research, sleep will take me. So I wake up again. My brother was asking me, guy, can't you have straight 2 hours sleeping without touching phone? I told him, I don't know what is happening. I went to see a doctor. The doctor told me, John, nothing is wrong with you. You are okay. You are healthy. I said, what? I said, I can't sleep straight 3 hours. He said, but you are healthy. No need coming to hospital.
Wow.
He said, okay.
Wow.
I go back. So the time has come in fact, for us to, when they say that freedom is not being given, it's being taken, we need to take the freedom. And the freedom taken lies in a document. It does not lie on what I think, what I know, how I feel. No. The freedom, look at how others got their own. And do you know what baffles me so much? How this comparison, after at the end of everything, the comparison will be USB. Maybe I said because of they know that everything I research is about the side of USB, is why they will put that comparison. Somebody was asking me, how always this USB coming? I said, because of the app know that what I do is about history of countries and how they got it and how it can favor USB at this time. That is why always you will see at end USB will come into it to do the comparison. Because what you are looking for is what you are getting because of it's already there for us. So Biafrans, look at a way of having this Biafra. Remember the words of Master Simon, that the way to get Biafra is in the open. That the template is in the open. It's not in a secret document. It's not secret for him. Because of what? He has studied all these laws. He has seen this example. Eritrea was fighting war with Ethiopia. At a time, they stopped. South Africa NHC was fighting war with South Africa. At a time they stopped. Namibia was fighting against South Africa. At a time they stopped and make peaceful declaration. We have fights with ESN. We have fight with the Biafra Liberation Army. And Robert Obies said, after this peaceful declaration document, that where will we generate the document that we will give to the world that we are a country, that despite this document, we are all making noise. Social media. Can you see here that all these countries being mentioned here submitted their document to the UN, no matter that at that time, this UN has been corrupt already, but does it stop? The legal document of declaration is by force that you must recognize that country. This is what it is. Since the end of the Biafran War in 1970, the path to statehood in Africa has shifted from dramatically in the 21st century. International law, specifically the ICJ Kosovo model 2010, has made it possible for a movement to move from rebel to administrative declaration. Administrative what? The same declaration is where I move in. No wonder under the Vienna Convention, Article 8 in bracket 9 said the only way in 21st century to have a new country, that one used the word, must to be through peaceful movement. The peaceful movement in the other side of it said the declaration or the pronunciation of that new nation must be in a peaceful way, not under gun and bullet, not under armed struggle anymore. You see, when you take your time to go into these 4 laws that controls having a new country, see, this 4 law is like you are 10 fingers that helps each other. This one rubs this body, this one paints this one. This is how they are going. They are on the same thing. Geneva Convention is the same thing. Bring Montevideo Convention. They are just being there. And do you know why it has been shifted and why it has been moved to this level? The yoke or that rule that stopped Biafra to become a country, that rule was broke in 2014. Finally, the yoke was broke. How did it broke? It broke to that now that any country, that a group of people who are being marginalized, being under inhuman treatment, abuse of rights, intimidation, and all these things that lead us to have Biafra as a country. That is when the thing set everybody free. To your tent, O Israel. That is why you can now, they will come out in the 21st century and told us that the way to have Biafra as a country is through a peaceful way. In Finland court, they told us that yes, it is good to be free. But it's no longer the way them Finland go through it. That in our own time is through peaceful way. That we should go through legal. And the government of USB are fighting every legal means anywhere. When they said they are fighting in all round, they are moving. Was it is legal, they are there. That was in time. Why many African nations gain independence from the European colonial before 1970? Only 2 major countries have successfully emerged within the exist Africa states through a process of organized government administrative and the peaceful declaration leading to full UN recognition. Remark this, the last statement. A process of organized movement, administration, and the peaceful declaration leading to full UN recognition. Without this, our peaceful declaration, you are not a country. You are just a mere protester. You are a street protester, that is who you are. But because of the peaceful declaration in this 21st century, after Biafran War 1970, the only way that UN look at us is because of the document of the peaceful declaration of the United States of Biafra. Remember that our own is just a peaceful declaration, not just at the new beginning, as a new beginning. Things have changed. And the things is changing, you are only the one who refused to be changed. The world is moving, you refuse to move. One, Eritrea, 1993. Eritrea is the most significant example of government that operates for decades in a state in waiting before achieving peaceful recognition. They made the declaration, they stay as us, as USB, the way we say now, as the government in waiting, as a state in waiting. You know, they use a state, a nation in waiting. Through what? Peaceful declaration. That is the key. When those who claim that they follow Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister said, without the declaration document, that all we are doing is making noise. This is those who followed, pretend, and they followed the messenger. Forget the message. Why that the message of Obato Obie is that this document is what is going to give us Biafra as a country. They refuse the message. That is the things that we needed to know. The message that Oba told. The message end up in the peaceful declaration. The document is what leads to full recognition. What else? And you claim you follow the messenger. And you are fighting against the document. that is the real message that makes Biafra a country. And it has opened and well understand that without this peaceful declaration, without this pronunciation, without this declaration, or any way you can understand it, no for us. If you like, being government in exile for 1,000 years, and there is no peaceful declaration, you are just a mere protester on the street. That is how the world sees it. That is what it look like. We proceed. The transition, are you hearing it again? The transition. After a long conflict, the EPLF, Eritrea People Liberation Front, established provisional government. Do you see it? They now come. When they were fighting, there is no government. When they were fighting, there is no what? Government. Until they stop and they form the government. And what was work of the government? Now, the government they form, see their work. The peaceful declaration, the peaceful what? Declaration of Eritrea, after fighting, after having a conflict, like we, the Biafra people, having a conflict with Nigeria under Biafra Liberation Army. They said what? That they dropped their Liberation Army and did what? Establish a government. The government in exile of Eritrea what was their first work? Peaceful declaration. What's USB? What brought USB in timeline? Is it not a peaceful declaration through a name, Biafra government in exile? Look at how the transition. Remember how they say the transition. The transition moved for them to organize the government in exile, then make a peaceful declaration. Following the UN supervision referendum in April 1993, the government made a formal peaceful declaration of independence. They made a formal peaceful declaration of what? Independence. What do you want to Finland to go and do? What do you want to Finland to go and do? You went to Finland to go and dance and eat free food that Biafrans contributed money for. That is why you went to Finland. You wear suits. You went to Finland. For what now? Those who understand why they went to Finland is all about what? Peaceful declaration. They give a birth to a new nation. International recognition. They were admitted to the United Nations on May 28, 1993, and recognized by the African Union, OAU. No matter how corrupt they are, the truth must be done once it is on the legal side, not by talking. I hope you're hearing it. The law. They use the principle of self-determination as outlined in the United Nations Charter, proving the hand of a permanent population and the functioning of administration during their transition. You must prove a permanent population. You must prove a functioning administration or administrative government that has made a transition. Number 2, South Sudan 2011. Look at it. South Sudan is the primary 21st century example. The parts is often studied by the USB that we are studying the part of South Sudan, because it involves government in waiting. Are you hearing it? USB is the what the world knows as government. Even UN knows that US government is the government in waiting, like the one of what happened to South Sudan. Please, 1 minute. So, I thank God today that we have where the world will say that we are learning many countries in the past. We are learning the model of Kosovo. We are learning the model of South Sudan, Namibia, Algeria. So when we gather all this, that is why we are turning to become the best. Because from after the government has studied all these countries, then they will find out where do they make a mistake, and USB we overshadow or correct that mistake and move forward very quickly. That is why we are in the map of the world right now on a wiggy way. It's because of those who know the rule is now piloting the affair of Biafra movement through a document, not through short in social media. We continue about South Sudan. The SPLMA, that's build institution before the final declaration. Like Obato Obi is here with us. Biafra Constitution was built before the final convention. Is it not true? That is how you know a structure of a government in waiting. The transition of South Sudan, the comprehensive peace agreement, you see how they go, 2005, allows the South government to operate as an autonomous administrative for 6 good years. You see, everybody take their plan, but it must be through peaceful. Now listen, the peaceful declaration on July 9, 2011, I am giving you the date, the fact and figure where it happened. Following a peaceful vote, they issued their formal declaration of independence, a formal peaceful declaration of independence. International recognition of South Sudan, they were recognized immediately by the UN, EU, and the African Union because of what? The model and everything has been put in a place. That is why USB is putting every government structure in a place. Continue playing. The legal, the law, they successfully argued that the past state Sudan could no longer provide for the people, and thus the religion's government was the only legitimate sovereignty authority. The same thing USB is arguing right now in the UN. The same thing. That is, you see, people has done it in the past. No matter, I said, no matter the corrupt of the UN, all these people, when in 2011, UN has already been corrupt. But look at South Sudan, they pass it because they follow the legal means. We have come back to follow the legal way. The de facto exportation, Somaliland and the Western Sahara. There are 2 other African entities that have made peaceful declaration and they function as a government, but their region is currently function rather than full UN membership. They are not full UN membership, but they are what? They are country. Somaliland declared it in 1991. Status: operating a government issue passport and has its own currency. A peaceful declaration again. Recognition. Sorry. Yes, recognition. Why not a UN member? They have function regions, several countries, and the EU maintain diplomatic office. They are treating them as de facto state because of peaceful declaration and the what? They present democracy movement to their people. That is what USB is presenting to us today. Western Sahara. Status: the Sahara Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, operating as a government in exile. Not only us has gone through this way. People has gone through this way in the past. People has managed their way like this in the past. You are not the first. Neither are we going to be the last. Recognition. It is a full member of the African Union. This is a critical legal point for the USB. Are you hearing it? Government in exile can be a member of the African Union even if does not yet have seat at the UN. No wonder USB is pushing documents to them seriously. Summary of African statehood 1970 to 2026. Eritrea, country, movement, years of declaration, UN status, African Union status. Listen carefully. Eritrea, year of declaration 1993. UN status, full member. African Union, full member. This is a people that could have first get country if Chukwuemeka Odumegwu continue in exile when he run into Ivory Coast. Honestly. South Sudan, year of declaration 2011. Full member, UN status, yes. African Union, yes. Somaliland declaration 1991. Functioning non-UN member, observe pending. West Sahara 1976. African Union, full member. UN, no. Are you hearing it? This is what happened in Africa. This is what happened where? In our own Africa. And this under the peaceful declaration. That is what happened. So our own case is never a different case. Our own case has still remain how others went through their way to have a country. Now, why this history help the USB? Why this history help USB? For the United States of Biafra USB, the success of South Sudan and the African Union membership of Western Sahara shows that the 21st century law part is at work for USB right now. The strategy has changed. In 1967, the goal was to defeat. The goal was to defeat an arms. In 2026, the goal is to register the population and issue a declaration that the UN and the EU cannot argued because it follows the same legal step used by South Sudan and Eritrea. These are people, this is where we are going. I hope you are clear in your mind what USB is doing, and that the world are watching clearly, that the world understand what we are doing, and we are copy from people. That is the way the West now. No one to use the seat, na-ebi ụzọ enwe mkpọmkpọ ite emere nsika n'ụlọ. Ndị be wee kwuo sị onye amara ụzọ esi echute mmiri ya soro mpekele eju ka o ruo na mmiri. The same our people also said, ọ bụrụ na ọkpụ ụzọ amara akpụ ogene ya lee gba anya n'ọdụ. The USB has taken all this illustration into work. That is why we are moving very fast. That is what the word. That is why we are moving very fast. By focusing on administrative sovereignty, like the national ID card, you are using the exact model that allows South Sudan to move from an exile movement to the UN membership state. I hope you had it, my people. This is how it is. And this is what the world are looking for from our hand. And this is how the world are recognizing us, that we have endorsed and apply all these strategies of those who has been there before us. This is the legal reality. This is what they want us to do. So, as we're rounding up, listen to this once again.
Since the end of the Biafran War in 1970, the path to statehood in Africa has shifted dramatically. In the 21st century, international law, specifically the ICJ Kosovo Precedent 2010, has made it possible for movements to move from rebellion to administrative declaration. While many African nations gained independence from European colonies before 1970, only 2 major countries have successfully emerged from within existing African states through a process of organized government administrations and peaceful declarations leading to full UN recognition. 1. Eritrea, 1993. Eritrea is the most significant example of a government that operated for decades as a state in waiting before achieving peaceful recognition. The transition. After a long conflict, the EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, established a provisional government. The peaceful declaration. Following a UN-supervised referendum in April 1993, the government made a formal, peaceful declaration of independence. International recognition. They were admitted to the United Nations on May 28, 1993, and recognized by the African Union, OAU. The law. They used the principle of self-determination as outlined in the UN Charter, proving they had a permanent population and a functioning administration during the transition. 2. South Sudan, 2011. South Sudan is the primary 21st century example. Their path is often studied by the USB because it involved a government in waiting, the SPLM-A, that built institutions before the final declaration. The transition. The Comprehensive Peace Agreement, 2005, allowed the southern government to operate as an autonomous administration for 6 years. The Peaceful Declaration. On July 9, 2011, following a peaceful vote, they issued their formal declaration of independence. International recognition. They were recognized immediately by the UN, EU, and the African Union. The law. They successfully argued that the parent state, Sudan, could no longer provide for the people, and thus the regional government was the only legitimate sovereign authority. 3. The de facto exceptions, Somaliland and Western Sahara. There are 2 other African entities that have made peaceful declarations and function as governments, but their recognition is currently functional rather than full UN membership. Somaliland, declared 1991, status, operates a government, issues passports, and has its own currency. Recognition. While not a UN member, they have functional recognition. Several countries and the EU maintain diplomatic offices there and treat them as a de facto state because they are peaceful and democratic. Western Sahara, SADR, status. The Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR, operates as a government in exile. Recognition. It is a full member of the African Union. This is a critical legal point for the USB. a government in exile can be a member of the African Union even if it does not yet have a seat at the UN. Summary of African statehood, 1970 to 2026, country, movement. Year of declaration, UN status, African Union status, Eritrea 1993, full member, South Sudan 2011, full member, Somaliland 1991, functional, non-UN, observer, pending, Western Sahara 1976, disputed, full member. Why this history helps the USB. For the United States of Biafra, USB, the success of South Sudan and the African Union membership of Western Sahara show that the 21st century legal path works. The strategy has changed. In 1967, the goal was to defeat an army. In 2026, the goal is to register a population and issue a declaration that the UN and EU cannot ignore because it follows the same legal steps used by South Sudan and Eritrea. By focusing on administrative sovereignty, like the national IDs, you are using the exact model that allowed South Sudan to move from an exile movement to a UN member state. Would you like to know how South Sudan formatted their final instrument of independence that they sent to the UN Secretary General? In the 21st century, international law has shifted to favor organizations that build administrative legitimacy over those that only use military force. Several organizations have successfully transitioned from being protest movements or liberation groups to governments in exile, and finally to recognized countries. Here are the most significant organizations that followed this peaceful transition model. 1. SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, Transition, Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero Namibia, 1990. The Path. SWAPO began as a protest group against South African illegal occupation. After being forced into exile, they were recognized by the UN as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people in 1978. The recognition, instead of just fighting, they engaged in a UN-monitored transition plan. This led to a peaceful declaration of independence in 1990. Key lesson: they gained recognition by proving they had a shadow government ready to take over
Please
administration.
hit the like button,
2.
like and share the program,
CNRT,
please.
National Council of
Don't
Timorese
be stingy
Resistance,
of liking,
Transition,
like, share,
Resistance
subscribe,
Coalition,
please.
Raitero Administrative Partner, Raitero Timor-Leste, 2002, The Path. For 24 years, the CNRT, and its predecessors like Fretilin, operated in exile and in hiding. They shifted their strategy from pure military resistance to a diplomatic and administrative campaign. The recognition: they worked with the UN to register voters, even in the diaspora. This peaceful administrative inversion led to a 1999 referendum and full recognition in 2002. 3. The African National Congress, ANC, Transition, Banned Protest Movement, Raitero Government in Exile, Raitero South Africa, 1994, The Path. The ANC operated from exile in countries like Zambia and Tanzania for decades. While they were once labeled terrorists by some, they built a global diplomatic network. The recognition: by the early 1990s, the world recognized the ANC as the government in waiting. They didn't win through a final battle, but through a negotiated transition and a peaceful election. Key lesson: they used their time in exile to draft a new constitution, proving to the international community that they were a responsible government. 4. The National Unity Government, NUG, current example. Current status: Myanmar, ongoing transition in 2026, The Path. After the 2021 coup, elected officials formed the NUG. They operate largely in exile or in liberated zones. The recognition: as of 2026, the NUG has achieved a high level of functional recognition. They have maintained Myanmar's seat at the UN, blocking the military junta, by paying the country's membership dues and providing digital services to citizens. Modern strategy: the NUG uses digital sovereignty, issuing digital currency and IDs, to prove they are the effective government. Comparison of the 21st century success model. Organization: exile basis, peaceful tool. Result: SWAPO, Zambia, Angola, UN Resolution 435. Namibia, CNRT. Portugal, Australia, UN monitored referendum. Timor-Leste, ANC, UK, Zambia, negotiated settlement. New South Africa, NUG, digital, underground, UN voting rights and payments. Ongoing recognition. Why these names matter for your movement. These organizations prove that the UN and EU eventually recognize movements that stop acting like a group of individuals and start acting like a structured administration. Submit documents, constitutions, oaths, ID registries to the UN Secretary General. Perform state acts like paying UN dues or issuing documents while still in exile. By following the United States of Biafra, USB, model of peaceful redeclaration and administrative proof, you are using the same legal manual that allowed SWAPO and the ANC to transform from exile groups into world-recognized governments. Would you like to know the specific UN resolutions that these organizations use to bridge the gap between exile and state?
Thank you so much. That is what we have for today. Until we come back again in the night. Until we come back again. Stay safe. Remember that USB is the only way for us. Look at how all the peaceful declaration countries achieved. Today, they are all countries. Look at how all the peaceful declaration, those that made the peaceful declaration, both in Africa, in many countries in the world, even that today, at our time, the headline we put, we'd not even dive into that. But bear with me. When we come back, we will, for that one should be the part 2 of the program. Then we will also go into it, into all the headline and the pictures we are seeing there because of our time. So please, we'll be back in some hours to come. Watch out. You will see how everything works. And then you will know that USB is on that level. That USB is that government in waiting for recognition for us to go home. Help US recognition. Help yourself by, if you're in abroad, taking your ID card. It is very important. That is number one thing that will make you recognize this automatically, this ID card. Don't doubt it. Your doubt, your delay is causing havoc in Biafra land. From me, from here, have a wonderful day, my people of Biafra.